Hello, my friends, my cupcakes. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out with me on a Saturday night. It's so great to see you. So, we've been covering the Maya trial. I know that most of you who are here for this are probably very familiar with this case. So, I don't think we need to go into a whole deep dive on what it's about right now, because I think a lot of you are watching it daily on either Law and Crime or Tampa 13, or is Court TV doing it as well? But I will say that the live testimony that I have watched on any of those channels, Tampa 13 being the least offensive, always happens. The chats on those streams are vicious. They are vicious. And we don't tolerate that here. So I'm just putting it out there. If you are vicious in the chat, you will be timed out, blocked, deleted. This is a safe place for people to watch this coverage who are sensitive to this case. We have many in the chat who are afflicted with CRPS, which is the chronic condition that is the subject of this medical malpractice wrongful death lawsuit. And for those of you who do not know, CRPS is the most painful disease known to medicine. It is more painful than natural childbirth. And people who suffer with CRPS for life. And CRPS is a condition that can come and go. It can wax and wane. Your pain can change from minute to minute, hour to hour, day to day, month to month, as can your mobility, as can your ability to tolerate certain activities. So that is the condition that we are dealing with. That is the condition that Maya Kowalski was diagnosed with prior to her admission to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, which is the subject of this lawsuit. So that being said, keep the chat classy. My moderators are the best on YouTube. Thank you guys. I love you. And they are vigilant about this chat. They will block you if you are mean. So just how about this? How about this? Be nice or leave. It's simple. Be nice or leave. Okay. I've been promising this for a whole week, I think, and I wanted to first go to the testimony of Tori Niehus. And I say Niehus because she will correct the pronunciation of her last name several times during the course of this testimony. I'm going to start out with direct examination at normal speed and then speed it up as I see fit. I think we need to slow it down for the cross and the jury questions. For those of you who have been watching this, that is one difference between where I practice in New York. I come to you with 30 years of litigation experience in New York State and federal courts, civil litigation, which is what this case is, a complex litigation case. And in New York, the jury is not allowed to ask questions. So that is one major difference between this Florida case and New York. And what we have learned from the jury questions, there are 6 members sitting on the jury. They are incredibly intelligent. They are paying attention. They are very well reasoned with their questions, and they're asking questions we all want to know the answers to, which I find fascinating. So in addition to, we were all hoping for some positive changes to come out of this case, because we've talked several times that this is not just about the Kowalskis. This is about the fact that a hospital can accuse you as the parent of something and strip you of your parental rights within days. It can happen like that. It can happen to you. It happened before this case. It has happened since this case. And many of those cases involved, guess who? Dr. Sally Smith, who is the CA pediatrician. We have to use letters now on YouTube. Also, that's another thing. Just be careful about the words that you use in the chat, because YouTube will strike it and then they will takes a while to appeal, and it's a pain in the neck. But this is an important case, and I want people to be able to watch it and hear about it. So that is one of the things we hope will change the system, where they're able to take your parental rights away with merely an allegation without even looking at your medical records, because she did go into the hospital with a working diagnosis of CRPS. And in fact, it was in the Johns Hopkins medical records and their electronic file that she did have this diagnosis. Not only that, they called her doctor, Dr. Kirkpatrick, to confirm the diagnosis, which he did. And they still went ahead with a second call to the CA hotline. So in my view, as a parent, as a lawyer, as a mother of 5, this case is scary, and it should scare you too. We are hoping that after we watch the risk management witness's testimony, who learned about this case 2 weeks before his deposition at the end of April of 2023, he never had heard of the Maya Kowalski case before, despite the fact that he was on the risk management committee at the hospital. He learned about it through USA Today. So the risk management did not know anything about this case, the risk management committee, that is, despite the fact that Maya was in the hospital for, 87 days? Hopefully we are seeing that perhaps some changes will be made to hospitals' internal policies and procedures, because this case is shining a light on it. It's also shining a light on CRPS, which a lot of people did not know about before this case started. And also, the fourth thing that I would like to mention that I hope it changes is people trying to get out of jury duty. Jury duty is fascinating. And I think so many people are seeing from watching this case and others like Murdoch, like a lot of the other trials that we've covered, that being on a jury is a really, really important role. And so many people get a jury duty notice in the mail or a summons, and they're like, oh, jury duty, how do I get out of it? The first thing they think of is, what do I got to say to get out of this? It is fascinating. I would love to be on jury duty, but as an attorney, they never call me. They never pick me. I mean, they call me, I go, I get questioned. It's usually lawyers that I know, and they're like, okay, Melanie, goodbye. But I would love to be a fly on the wall in a jury room. I think it's fascinating. I think it is everyone's civic duty. And I hope that this case will also, in addition to all of the other changes that we've discussed, make it so that people want to go serve on a jury. I think, in my mind, a lot of the questions that they're asking indicate to me, at least one of the jurors, maybe in the medical field, at least one of the jurors is probably law enforcement or retired law enforcement. So you can just tell by the questions that they're asking that they're really invested in this case and that they're really paying attention. And they're also allowed to take notes. So here we go. We're going to start with the testimony of Tori Niehus, who is the representative from the Safe Children Coalition. Everybody ready? Just let me know that you can hear it. It may not be very loud, so I will try and talk more softly.
I do.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Can you please state your name?
Tori Niehus.
And you live here in Florida, is that correct?
I do.
You relocated from somewhere else, though, did you not?
Wisconsin.
How long did you live in Wisconsin?
My whole life up until 2011.
Can you please tell the jury about your educational background, where you went to college, any degrees and licenses you've attained over the years?
I went to college to earn an associate's degree in police science, where I graduated with President's Honors. During the time I was in school, I was hired at the police department and worked in dispatch and became a certified emergency medical dispatcher. I was at the police department 9 years. Within that time, I also became a certified firefighter and a certified EMTI. I earned a CNA certificate when I started this whole process. Clearly, I wasn't so sure on which route I was going to take. Did that for about 23 years.
And what is a CNA?
Certified nursing assistant.
And can you please explain to the jury what an EMTI is?
EMTI is very similar to a paramedic level here in Florida. However, they don't have the I here, but in Wisconsin, we became a I squad where we're allowed to, as EMTs, start IVs, give certain cardiac medications, certain diabetic medications. We were trained to use the life pack defibrillator. It just allowed our squad to give a higher level of care than just basic EMT.
Notice her demeanor in the beginning of her testimony. Her voice is a little bit shaky. I think she feels very nervous at first, but it's all going to go away pretty soon.
And where are you currently employed?
I currently work at the United States Postal Service.
So it's fair to say you've worn a lot of hats over the years.
Fair to say.
One of the jobs that you used to have was with the Safe Children's Coalition. Is that correct?
Correct.
What is the Safe Children's Coalition?
The Safe Children Coalition is a nonprofit organization that works alongside child protection services, the foster care program. We do a lot of education and safety, a lot of resources.
And how long approximately did you work with the Safe Children's Coalition?
I believe it was 2016 to 2020.
And what was your title with the Safe Children's Coalition?
I was a family support intervention specialist.
And what does a family support intervention specialist do, generally speaking?
Well, a little bit of everything, actually. I did supervised visits. I would transport children to appointments. Sometimes I had to take children to the hospital to be evaluated by a doctor, take them to school or pick them up from school. I would help families with resources. Sometimes kids aren't always removed from their home. They just need resources within the home. So I was able to provide resources for in the home, and then also assist with child protection when there would be a removal.
And when you were working for the Safe Children Coalition, were there times you would work under a Safe Children Coalition manager?
Always.
Okay. And what is a Safe Children Coalition manager? What's their role?
They work very closely with child protection and determine whether certain maltreatments require removal or not removal. And as a team, we work side by side with one another, determine the needs of the family. Again, whether it's opening up a case for a removal or a non-removal, and we put services in place.
Okay. Did you work with a Safe Children Coalition manager back in October of 26 and November of 2016 with respect to Maya Kowalski?
Do you mean my supervisor or a case manager?
The Safe Children's case manager.
The case, I did work with a case manager, yes.
And what was her name?
Charlotte Laporte.
And did you also have a supervisor as well?
Yeah, I had several supervisors, but my main supervisor was Angela Murray.
And if I understand correctly, you were present for 4 visits at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital in October and November of 2016. Is that correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay, so keep in mind, she is the witness to 4 supervised visits, 4. In the entire 87-day stay that Maya was at this hospital, she supervised, because Jack, Mr. Kowalski, was only allowed to have supervised visitation while Maya was in the hospital, 4 visits. So her testimony is based on only seeing Maya 4 times. Keep that in mind.
And what do you recall about those 4 visits to All Children's Hospital in October and November of 2016 in a general sense?
Objection, vague, call for narrative.
Sustained.
Do you have a recollection of your 4 visits to All
Yes, I
Children's
do.
Hospital in October and November of 2016?
Yes, I do.
What stands out in your mind about those visits?
Objection, again, vague.
Sustained.
Narrative.
Am I correct that you prepared some notes after each of the 4 visits I referenced earlier?
Yes, I did.
Do you think that seeing those notes from your visits on October 24, 2016, October 27, 2016, October 31, 2016, and November 4 of 2016 would help refresh your recollection.
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor, with a copy of these notes after showing them to Mr. Anderson?
Sure.
Counsel.
We got to do some paper shuffling here. I have them out of order, unfortunately. Two. There it is.
New York does not televise trials, so the answer to that question is no.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Niehus, I'd like to draw your attention to October 24, 2016, your first visit. Do you have the note in front of you?
I do.
Did you go by yourself to All Children's Hospital on October 24, 2016?
No, there was 3 of us that went to that visit.
Who else went with you to that visit?
Child protection investigator Cindy Zangari and a trainee, a child protection trainee, and I don't recall her name.
And you said that Ms. Angari was a CPI, a child protective investigator.
Correct. Oh, Elena, that's the trainee.
What is a child protective investigator?
A child protection investigator works for the state of Florida and responds to hotline calls for reports of abuse, whether it's a teacher, the school, a hospital in this case. And they go and meet with the children to determine what maltreatments have taken place and to determine the safety needs.
Full stop. Did you hear what she said? To determine what maltreatments have taken place. She did not say whether any maltreatments have taken place. She said what maltreatments have taken place. Calls to the hotline, at least here in New York, tell me if I'm wrong about Florida, maybe not with regard to the hospital's call, but in New York, you can call CPS anonymously and make a complaint. She's already telling us she's walking in there looking to find maltreatment. And I'm gonna just roll that back again because I want you to hear that again. And you can see she's had a lot of experience. She worked in law enforcement. She's very vigilant. She seems very vigilant already, very militant. Her notes you're going to see are meticulous. She takes copious notes. She takes more notes than the nurses in the hospital do. And she says, what maltreatments are taking place?
To determine what maltreatments have taken place and to determine the safety needs of the children to keep the children safe from whatever issue is going on.
And my understanding is that
From whatever issue is going on. Not to determine whether there is an issue, but to determine what issue is going on, because there's definitely an issue going on if somebody called the hotline, right?
October 24, 2016, you supervised the visit between Mr. Jack Kowalski, Maya Kowalski, and Maya Kowalski's brother, Kyle.
Okay, stop. He's the attorney. It's Kowalski. Everyone has been saying Kowalski. This trial's been going on for 3 weeks now? More than 3 weeks, since September 21st? It's Kowalski. That kind of annoyed me too. I don't know. Maybe I was just being sensitive that day.
Kyle Kowalski, is that correct?
Correct.
Before you went into Maya's hospital room on October 24th, did you have a conversation with Mr. Kowalski beforehand?
I did.
What do you recall about that discussion?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
In your role as a working for Safe Children Coalition, are there certain guidelines that people like Mr. Kowalski have to follow?
Yes,
Did you present any visit guidelines to Mr. Kowalski prior to entering Maya Kowalski's room at All Children's Hospital?
I did.
Tell me generally speaking about these guidelines and what they cover.
The visit guidelines, which I did read to him out loud, covered what he was allowed to bring to the hospital, what he was allowed to say or not say, meaning he couldn't say,
Objection, Your Honor. Are we talking, may we approach?
Rosemary, I happen to agree with you. I mean, I think she just basically said she has confirmation bias. She's going in there to find out what maltreatment took place and what she's going to do about it.
On October 24th, did Mr. Kowalski try to bring in some items to his daughter?
he did, yes.
And what items did he attempt to bring in?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained. Come.
A lot of sidebars during her testimony. That's interesting, Faye. Faye says, my friend works in CPS in Florida. She says they hire anyone who has a high school diploma, clean driving record, passed a drug test, and has no criminal history for this position. I don't know what county, but in this county, in Pinellas County, their DCFS is, or DCF is privatized. So Pinellas County is one of 6 counties in Florida that is privatized. So Sunco Center was who Sally Smith, Dr. Sally Smith worked for, and they are a private company. It's not run by the county in Pinellas or the state. Do, 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 do. A lot of sitting around in court. That's already in see all of her expressions.
Ms. Niehus, going back to your October 2014, October 24, 2016 visit at All Children's Hospital, can you please tell me what items Mr. Kowalski brought to that visit, please?
He brought an iPad, a phone, cheesecake, communion, shower gel, deodorant, razors, and shaving cream.
Were there certain items that you determined could come in during this visit and certain items that could not come in during this visit?
Myself and the child protection investigator reached out to our supervisors, and they advised us.
Objection, hearsay.
She can answer that question.
The child protection investigator supervisors advised us what items could be left at the hospital and given to Maya and what items would not be allowed.
What items were allowed in during this visit?
She was allowed to have the shower gel, the nail polish remover, and the other items were taken. And I personally delivered them to the child protection investigators at their office and turned them over to Dee Dee Cooper, is the person's name.
At any point, did you take a look at Maya Kowalski's refrigerator in her hospital room at All Children's Hospital?
I did.
What did you find in Maya Kowalski's refrigerator?
There was chocolate cake and other food items.
What did you do with the chocolate cake and the food items in the refrigerator, ma'am?
Seeing as the child protection investigator supervisors advised us that no outside food was allowed, that food was also taken that day.
And hearsay, I move to strike.
Overruled.
And Ms. Niehus, can you please tell the jury what items were not allowed in during this first visit? If you could list them off for the jury, please.
She was not allowed the cheesecake, the cell phone, the iPad, and the communion.
We're going to hear a witness. I think it was it today? No, today's Saturday. I think it was yesterday or the day before, who says the reason they took the communion wafers away was because they thought they might be dosed with liquid K.
And I asked you about the refrigerator. Where did you take the items from the refrigerator again?
All of the food items and everything that I confiscated, I turned them over to the child protection investigators at their office.
At a certain point, did you come to learn that Maya had given her father some letters that she wrote?
I did.
What did you do with those letters?
I defaulted to the supervisors on what I was to do with the letters. I made copies of them and took photos of them and advised that they would have to be looked over by the supervisors, the child protection supervisors and my supervisors before they could be given to whoever they were addressed to.
Did you have an opportunity to view Maya Kowalski and observe how she was moving around, interacting with her brother and father during this visit on October 24 of 2016?
Objection, lack of foundation, lack of predicate.
Overruled.
What did you observe in terms of Maya's ability to move around?
I observed Maya to move around freely. She was energetic. She displayed no signs of pain. She wrestled. I would almost describe it as roughhousing with her brother, trying to reach behind his back and roll him over to get a piece to this game that they were playing. They laughed. She twisted around kind of behind her from the hospital bed to the floor to get something out of a bag.
She's going to talk a lot about how she does not think that Maya's in pain. She's not a doctor. She's not a medical witness. She's there to do the supervised visitation. She's got a lot of very strong opinions. Before she testified, Mr. Anderson wanted to clear up some testimony because apparently she gave a couple of depositions. And during her depositions, it came out that she has a special needs child. And she was very critical of the fact that the Kowalskis had a GoFundMe page set up. And Anderson said, she had a GoFundMe. Ms. Niehus had a GoFundMe set up for her child as well. So defense attorney said, listen, this witness is very nervous about coming in to testify because she doesn't want to be questioned about her special needs child. Anderson shared that information about the GoFundMe, and the judge said, well, as long as she doesn't open the door to the GoFundMe, let's keep all that on the QT. That is something that the jury did not hear, but it is something that you need to kind of keep in mind during this testimony, because testimony, be it, as I say, about jurors, they come in with their personal opinions, right? You don't leave your common sense at the door as a juror. You also don't leave your personal experiences at the door. So this witness may be a little bit biased based on their own situation with their own child, thinking, I'm gonna let you draw your own conclusions from that. I'll just stop there.
Did you have the opportunity to observe her legs in various positions throughout this visit?
I did. Maya's legs were always in the anatomically correct position like this.
At a certain point, did you come to see that there was a bottle of holy water and a bottle of holy oil in Maya's room?
I did.
Okay. Did you take the holy water or holy oil away?
I have to read my note. I honestly can't recall. It says that it was in the room and Maya couldn't tell us where that.
Objection, hearsay, that part.
Sustained.
Based on your observation, was there holy water and holy oil in Maya Kowalski's hospital room at All Children's Hospital?
Yes, it was.
What did Maya Kowalski tell you she was using the holy water and holy oil for?
Objection, hearsay.
Submission.
On that one.
You can
She
answer.
said that she would take the water and the oil and she would make the cross on her hands. And sometimes she said that she rubbed it on her arms and sometimes on her legs, but it doesn't always make her feel better. I'd asked her where it came from and she was a little uncertain. First she said it came from Poland, and she said her mom gave it to her. And then she said a sister from Venice church gave it to her, but she was uncertain between the three which one exactly gave it to her.
Are you reading between the lines on this? Now she's accused Maya of lying about where she got the holy water, as if that's of any kind of importance. But she was determined to catch her in a lie, so that was something that she documented.
Did Maya Kowalski describe any of the types of activities that she was participating in at the hospital, All Children's Hospital, as of this first visit?
I believe she stated that she was participating in arts and crafts.
At any point, did you come to learn about her participation in music therapy at All Children's Hospital? It's towards the bottom of your first page of your note, man.
Yes, she does. She did tell me that she participated in music therapy with a staff person by the name of Mrs. Kelly.
Did Maya Kowalski give you any description of the type of view that her room had at All Children's Hospital as of this visit?
She was very happy for her ocean view room.
Very happy
At
for
any
her
point,
ocean
did you have
view
the
room.
opportunity to observe Maya and her father use the bathroom?
Yes, he picked her up out of her wheelchair, carried her to the bathroom, set her on the toilet, and he came back out of the room. He did not assist Maya with undressing, nor did she ask for assistance with undressing. While she was still in the bathroom and she finished, I heard her wash her hands and she was able to reach the paper towels, which was a little higher up in that bathroom, and she did not ask for any kind of assistance.
Did she watch her father pull her pants down to go to the bathroom? Was the door open? That disturbed me, that piece of testimony. Let me know what you think.
Did you ever have the opportunity on October 24th to observe Maya eating food?
Yes.
What do you recall about that?
Maya seemed like she always ordered grilled cheese. She had grilled cheese, I believe, chocolate cake every time I was there. I have to look at my note here. Yeah, it was, she wanted to keep the tray in her lap. She ate her grilled cheese. She had said again that Dad had brought her chocolate cake prior to one of my visits.
Approximately how?
She talks a lot about the grilled cheese and the chocolate cake. Is she judging this child's food choices? I don't know. She sounds a little judgy to me. Let me know what you think. And I don't think it's going to play well with the jury. I just don't. My opinion.
How long was this first visit?
I think it was a little longer because we ended up being a little late. I think it was just over an hour, maybe an hour and a half.
And after the visit, tell me a little bit about what you and your office did with some of the letters that you had received from Maya Kowalski during this visit.
Could you say that again, please?
Yes. After this visit, can you tell the jury what you or your office did with respect to the letters that you had received from Maya Kowalski during this visit?
We were advised by the child protection supervisors and my supervisors to take copies of the letters and photos of the letters, which a staff member at the hospital, I believe, assisted us with making copies. I took possession of all of those items, the food items and the letters, and transported them back to the Safe Children Coalition. And then I transported them along with my supervisor to the Child Protection Investigators building and turned them over to a child protection employee by the name of Dee Dee Cooper.
Did you ever observe Maya Kowalski crossing her legs in what's known as the crisscross applesauce or Indian style position during this first visit?
Yes, many times. She sat on her feet, Indian style, or what did you, crisscross applesauce?
Yeah, that's what the new kids are
Kind of
calling.
old, sorry. Crisscross applesauce position. She did that frequently.
From your vantage point, did it appear as if Maya Kowalski was in pain during this first visit?
Maya never displayed any symptoms of pain. Now,
Following this? Never displayed any symptoms of pain.
During this first visit.
Maya never displayed any symptoms of pain, not one.
From your vantage point, did it seem as if Maya was being appropriately cared for by the hospital as of this first visit?
Objection, foundation, predicate.
You can answer.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. So from your vantage point, did it appear as if Maya was being cared for appropriately at the hospital as of your first visit on October 24 of 2016?
Oh, absolutely.
I'd like to now draw your attention to your second supervised visit, and this is your October 27, 2016 visit. Let me know when you have
I have
that
it.
note in front of you.
Which one?
The second visit would be of October 27,
You actually did.
2016.
I'm sorry, you gave me two of the same visit. I have two October.
I need to address this. Hey, Rourke says she's not judging her. She's making observations. Quit taking everyone so personally. This is my channel. I have my opinions and I'm going to share them with you. If you don't like it, you don't have to watch it. I'm not a cupcake. I can't make everybody happy. And if you don't like it, you're free to go. I've watched all of her testimony. And in my opinion, I think she is very judgmental. That's my opinion. So
Or 31st, but I do not have the 27th.
Don't have the 27th. Okay. I have it. I can give you my copy if you'd like. I'll disregard the highlighting on it.
The only ones I have up here is the 24th, the 31st, and the 4th.
Sure. Here, I'll approach the witness. Your Honor, it's okay?
Yes.
Here's the duplicate.
Sorry about that. I apologize.
So, turning now to your October 27, 2016 visit. Am I correct that Kyle was not present for that visit?
That's correct.
Who was present for this visit?
Mr. Kowalski?
And who else? Well, it's kind of a trick question. It was Jack Kowalski and who was he there to visit?
Oh, Maya Kowalski, sorry.
Right, sorry. Poorly worded question, I apologize. What do you recall about Mr. Kowalski bringing items to his daughter on this second visit?
Well, when we met in the lobby, I again read over the visitation guidelines where it was explained again that he wasn't allowed to bring in.
Yeah. Right, but just did Mr. Kowalski attempt to bring some things in during the second visit?
Yes, he brought several bags with him full of a couple of toys and some items Maya requested, I believe via the hospital, for a Halloween costume because they were going to participate in what the hospital calls as reverse trick-or-treating.
And am I correct that some games were brought in, mascara, lipstick, paint, clothing, and a Harley Quinn Halloween costume were all brought in?
Yes, also an alligator dentist toy and a new Hopkins board game.
Were all of those materials allowed in during this second visit?
All of those items were allowed to be given to Maya.
Did you have the opportunity to observe Maya Kowalski engaging physically during this visit on October 27 of 2016?
What do you mean physically?
Paint a picture for the jury about how Maya seemed to you physically while you observed her during this visit.
Maya seemed very playful, happy to see her father. She moved about freely. She never once displayed any signs of pain. She moved around. They kind of played, and she danced back and forth, rocking around with her dad.
Was she smiling and laughing?
Yes,
Was she able to move her legs?
yes,
Was she able to reach her arms up to the sky?
yes, she did this.
And again, did you ever see her sitting in the Indian style or crisscross applesauce?
Many, many times.
What do you recall about Maya telling you about her visits from various superheroes while she was at All Children's Hospital?
She stated that All Children's Hospital had superheroes come in and visit the kids. I believe she said it was Batman, Batwoman, and what she referred to as the green guy, which we later determined was the Green Hornet.
And like the first visit, on this second visit, did you come into the receipt of some letters that Maya had drafted that she wanted sent to other folks?
I believe it was in this visit. Let me double check, please.
Sure, take your time.
Yeah, she had written letters to some people, and I took photos of all of the letters, and there was also a check that had been given to her.
And what did you do with these letters and these checks?
I took photos of them again and turned them over to the child protection investigator supervisors, as I was advised to do by child protection.
Did Maya Kowalski have any complaints of pain during this visit?
Not once.
And like the first visit, did you notice that Maya Kowalski's legs and feet were in the anatomically correct position?
Yes, Maya's feet were in the anatomically correct position. She could wiggle her feet around, her toes around.
I'd like to now draw your
Anatomically correct position again. Where did she get her medical degree? I don't understand.
attention to a third visit that you attended, and this one was on Halloween. That would be October 31 of 2016. Do you recall that visit?
I do.
And you prepared a note after that visit as well?
I did.
Do you have that note up in front of you right now?
I do.
Now, turning to when you went into Maya Kowalski's hospital room, what was she wearing on Halloween of 2016?
To say the least, Maya was very colorful. She was dressed as Harley Quinn from the Suicide Squad. I believe her hair was red.
Okay, listen to this and tell me if you think this is judgmental. Since I am apparently being too judgmental, just let me know if you think that this is judgmental with regard to how much makeup she's wearing. Colorful, to say the least, she calls her.
In blue, she had Suicide Squad. I believe her hair was red and blue. She had mascara on. She had a very short shirt with holes in it.
Very short
Did she have
shirt.
makeup on?
Quite a bit of makeup. She also had very high-heeled cork shoes, I think is what they're called.
What do you mean by high-heeled cork shoes?
Heels, I am not by far
Neither
a
am
shoe
I.
expert, but they were female shoes, but made out of what corks are made out of, and they were very high-heeled.
Did you observe Maya having any difficulty with her legs or feet during this visit?
Absolutely not. Maya moved around in the wheelchair using her feet to steer her around the entire time.
Again, were the feet in an anatomically correct position so far as you could observe?
Yes, they were.
At some point during this visit, do you recall Jack Kowalski and Maya Kowalski talking about Maya's feet and their placement?
Yes, I believe Maya asked her father if he noticed her feet go inward, and he said yes, that he did.
And what did you notice at around this time of the conversation?
That she turned her feet inward, and she never had her feet inward, almost never.
So prior to this conversation between Jack Kowalski and Maya Kowalski, you had never seen Maya's
No.
feet turned inwards?
Hmm.
You can answer the question.
I never saw Maya have her feet twisted inward or in any other position other than the anatomically correct position.
Remember that because they're going to show her a picture later. So just remember, she never saw her feet turned inward. She never saw her feet in anything but the normal anatomically correct position. Hey, Rourke, you're still here. Sorry I snapped at you, but don't come for me. Come for me in the comments, but I'm going to clap back. This is the defense actually leading the examination. It's just an attorney. We haven't heard much, so his voice sounds a little bit different, but he is a defense attorney, and it is a witness that was called by the defense.
And what did you notice at around this time of the conversation?
That she turned her feet inward, and she never had her feet inward, almost never.
So prior to this conversation between Jack Kowalski and Maya Kowalski, you had never seen Maya's
No.
feet turned inwards? You can answer the question.
I never saw Maya have her feet twisted inward or in any other position other than the anatomically correct position, unless when she was wrestling with her brother.
But she did turn her feet inwards when she had a conversation with her father about that topic.
She did.
Based on your recollection or your note, was Maya able to give her father some things to take home after this visit?
Yes, I believe this is the visit that she had 3 items. She had made a painting with hearts on it, and she stated that that picture was for everyone. I think it was a snowman ornament, and she had a card for her mother that she was allowed or was given to him.
Did Maya seem happy based on your observation during this visit?
Maya seemed happy almost all of the time.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Maya eat lunch on this day?
Almost all of the time she seemed happy. Maybe that's because the only times that you ever saw Maya is when her father was allowed to visit her and her brother, and she was happy because her family was there. 4 days out of the entire 87-day stay for the 1 hour or 1.5 hours at a time that you saw her. 7 hours total, remember. But she was happy every single time, all the time. She's happy all the time.
Yes, Maya, I believe, again, had 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. I'm sure it was chocolate cake. Hang on, I'll find it on my note here.
I'm sure it was chocolate cake because, she makes poor food choices.
Yes, she ordered 2 grilled cheese sandwiches, chocolate cake, no whipped cream, and apple juice and water with ice.
Can you please tell the jury, based on your observation, how Maya was moving about the room during this visit?
Maya moved about the room in her wheelchair. She used her feet well enough that I suppose any of us could use to steer ourselves around in a wheelchair.
Did you ever see her reach and try to grab for various items during this visit on October 31st of 2016 at All Children's Hospital?
I think she reached down from the bed again and was trying to get something out of a bag. And the bed itself it's a hospital bed, so it's a little higher up off the floor. And she was a little girl. I myself thought it was maybe not safe or dangerous for her to be doing that, but it didn't seem to bother her once.
From your vantage point and based on your observations at the hospital, did it seem like Maya was being appropriately cared for at All Children's Hospital as of Halloween of 2016?
110%.
If you had any such concerns, would you have expressed those concerns to your supervisors?
110%.
I'd like to now turn to your final visit, Ms. Niehus, which my understanding is that was on November 4 of 2016. Do you have your note from that visit in front of you?
I do.
And this was your final visit?
Correct.
When you observed Maya Kowalski on this date, what position were her legs in?
The anatomically correct position. She was also Indian style so many times.
Was she able to hug her father?
Yes,
Did you ever notice any discomfort when she would hug her father?
absolutely not.
When you came in the room, was Maya working on a project or any schoolwork?
Yes, I think she said was doing maybe science and math. She was doing her homework. The hospital was able to have teachers come in and help Maya.
So during the course of your observations, you came to learn that teachers were regularly coming to visit Maya at Adult Children's Hospital?
Yes, she told me that her and the teachers worked on a computer to do schoolwork.
What about the state?
Well, no, actually, they took her computer away. I don't know if she was allowed to use the computer when the teacher came, because I remember the teacher was one of the very first witnesses in this trial. But they did not allow Maya to have her own school laptop with her. We watched Maya's testimony the other day because Kathy Beatty told Maya, I think you're looking at sex websites. You can't have this computer in here. And they took it away. They took her laptop away, despite the fact that it was a school-issued laptop that did not allow her to communicate with anyone outside of the school. She had a school email. My kids have them too, Chrome books, which you can't surf the internet on. You can't correspond with anyone outside of a school email. So whatever laptop she saw wasn't, that's, I got to rewind that now.
The hospital was able to have teachers come in and help Maya.
So during the course of your observations, you came to learn that teachers were regularly coming to visit Maya at Adult Children's Hospital?
Yes, she told me that her and the teachers worked on a computer to do schoolwork.
What about the state of her room? How did it seem on that day?
Maya Kowalski's room that day was organized as much as a person with OCD would organize a room. It was very clean. She pointed out that she organized her shoes. She had them all lined up. Some shoes were farther under a chair that she was somehow able to get under and organize her shoes that way.
When you say she, who was the individual that had organized and cleaned her room?
Maya Kowalski stated she did it.
Do you recall Maya reporting anything about how her Halloween costume landed during the Halloween festivities a few days prior?
She's very proud to announce that her, I can't remember the name of the movie. What is it?
Harley Quinn.
Harley Quinn costume got the most compliments.
And again, how did Maya physically seem to you based on your observation?
Maya seemed physically fine. She never once appeared to be in pain.
Hello, my friends with chronic pain. I know there are so many of you in the chat. When you are in chronic pain and you live with a condition that causes you pain 24 hours a day, do you complain of pain to everyone you come in contact with? Or do you just learn to deal with it because you realize that people get tired of your complaining? They don't want to hear it all the time. I know you're out there.
And did you have an opportunity on November 4 of 2016 to observe Maya eat lunch?
I'm sure that I did. Just let me find it in my notes. Yes, she did eat. She again had 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. This time the crust was cut off, a cup of strawberries. The hospital brought her a chocolate cake and a cheese stick.
Damn that chocolate cake. Yes, Darth, maybe.
At a certain point in time during this visit, did you observe an interaction between Maya Kowalski and some nurse practitioners?
Yes, I believe 3 nurse practitioners came in the room.
And what did they tell you?
Objection, hearsay. Sustained.
What do you recall about your interaction with the nurse practitioners on November 4, 2016?
Objection, still calls for hearsay. Only needs to transfer.
Sustained.
During the course of this visit on November 4, 2016, did Maya say anything about the type of pain medication that she had been receiving at the hospital?
Yes, she was upset that they were only giving her Tylenol, and she specifically asked for morphine. She told us that she wanted morphine.
That she wanted, what was that?
Thinks she's trying to say morphine. And she comes across as very learned and knowing more than anybody else in the room. And her observations are very important, but her pronunciation of morphine seems to be a little off. So I'm going to guess, if I'm sitting on the jury, she doesn't know a lot about pain meds or pain. And now she's going to try and make us think that Maya's a drug seeker, in her opinion.
For morphine, she told us that she wanted.
Been receiving at the hospital?
Yes, she was upset that they were only giving her Tylenol, and she specifically asked for morphine. She told us that she wanted morphine.
That she wanted, what was that?
Morphine. I was
Morphine.
shocked. Morphine, yes.
Why were you shocked at that revelation about morphine?
Because this child never once displayed any signs of pain. I have dealt with a lot of people in 23 years and a lot of serious pain, and she never once displayed any kind of pain. But she specifically stated that she wanted morphine.
Now, ma'am, at the time of these visits that we talked about, who were you working for?
The Safe Children Coalition?
You were not working for All Children's Hospital?
Absolutely not.
Have you ever worked for All Children's Hospital?
No, I have not.
And again, I asked this question after one of your visits, but after all four of these visits that you observed in October and November of 2016, from your vantage point, did it seem as if Maya Kowalski was being abused or otherwise treated inappropriately by members of the hospital staff?
Objection, foundation predicate.
Sustained.
From your vantage point during these four visits, did it appear as if Maya Kowalski was being appropriately cared for at All Children's Hospital?
Okay, that is the fourth time he's asked that question. The proper objection there would be asked and answered 4 times. I don't know what Anderson's objection was. Hold on. The basis for his objection was.
Treated inappropriately by members of the hospital staff.
Objection, foundation predicate.
Sustained.
From your vantage point during these four visits, did it appear as if Maya Kowalski was being appropriately cared for at All Children's Hospital?
Objection, same thing.
Sustained.
Did you notice any concerns with how Maya Kowalski was being treated at All Children's Hospital during your 4 visits from your vantage point?
Objection, vague. Person's vantage point. No foundation, no predicate.
Sustained.
You had an opportunity to observe Maya Kowalski on 4 separate occasions, right?
Correct.
More than 4 hours?
Yes,
At any point, did you have any concerns about how she was being cared for at All Children's Hospital?
absolutely. Maya's safe.
Objection, again, foundation predicate.
She
No.
can answer this.
You can answer the question.
Maya's safety was always my utmost reason for being there, to make sure that she was being treated well and that she was safe. And my vantage point is she was being treated exceptionally well by that hospital.
Okay, full stop. Now she says that her job is to make sure that she's being treated well at the hospital. Didn't she say earlier that her job was to make sure that she was safe and to find out what maltreatments were happening? Not by the hospital. I'm confused because I think she's confused about what her role actually is. I don't think she should be allowed to opine on whether the hospital is treating her properly, because that's not why she's there, right? She's there to supervise the visitation between her father and her brother and Maya, not to determine whether or not the hospital was treating her properly, because apparently they weren't treating her properly because they let her have grilled cheese and chocolate cake every single time she ordered a meal. Let's hear that again. Thank you. I want to hear that again too. Thank you, Blazy.
Person's vantage point. No foundation, no predicate.
Sustained.
You had an opportunity to observe Maya Kowalski on 4 separate occasions, right?
Correct.
More than 4 hours?
Yes,
For
At any
all that.
point, did you have any concerns about how she was being cared for at All Children's Hospital?
absolutely. Maya
Objection, foundation, predicate.
She
no.
can answer this.
You can answer the question.
Maya's safety was always my utmost reason for being there, to make sure that she was being treated well and that she was safe. And my vantage point is she was being treated exceptionally well by that hospital.
Your witness, Mr. Anderson.
Members of the jury, I think this is a good time to take a lunch.
Okay, so now the jury gets to go to lunch and they're going to ruminate over that testimony. They're not supposed to talk during lunch, but tell me what you think. Do you think they're talking during lunch? Because now they get the whole lunch period to start thinking about their questions before the stellar cross-examination that we're going to see from Greg Anderson. And what I find so interesting, and we talked about this before, is that you don't really get to see him shine that much. We've seen him shine a lot in the depositions because it's a more relaxed setting. He's got his, you can take longer. They can parse out the portions of the testimony that they want the jury to see. And on direct examination, he often has to pivot because the objections are sustained. He has to find another way to get the question in, another way to get his evidence in. So it can be a little disjointed. But on cross, this guy is stellar. And not to mention, he's been really carrying this case. I don't know, has there ever been a witness questioned by another member of the plaintiff's office? I think maybe once or twice. But for the most part, he's questioned every single witness in this trial. And being on trial is a tremendous amount of work. Can you imagine the preparation that goes into this every single night? I don't know when he sleeps. I really don't know when he sleeps, because although I would never write my questions out, I would have bullet points of things that I wanted to cover because you need to know how to pivot. But he's really doing a lot of heavy lifting. So we need to, take a second to just praise the job that he's doing. You see, the defense team has at least 4 lawyers that have been questioning different witnesses. So they know who they're going to question and they can prep for those witnesses. Perhaps one lawyer will do the testimony of all the medical witnesses. They'll do the doctors, the nurses. Another lawyer on the defense team will question family members. Another one will question law enforcement. Another one may question lay witnesses like this or fact witnesses. So they have a lot more lawyers on their team. And he's really doing a lot of heavy lifting. So props to Greg Anderson. Hello, Missy Blue. They just changed the law here in Texas. Now you have to give your name to stop false reporting. Oh, we were talking about the anonymous reports to CPS. Yes, I think that's right. I mean, that's great that they did that. Maybe that change will come here too. Hey, LH, thanks for becoming a new member. Welcome. We're happy to have you. Beach Lover 64, thank you so much for your $9.99 super chat. Tori was jelly that Maya got more attention than her own special needs child. The view of the ocean comment is an example of her envy. Her disdain becomes obvious in cross. And you also have CRPS Beach Lover. Yes, I know we've talked about that before. And I agree with you. That's why I had the early comment about, I think her testimony is very judgmental because I've watched it before. Sometimes I'll watch it for the first time with you and give my opinions as we go. In this case, I happen to have watched this in its entirety. And every time I watch it, I find more things that upset me. Again, Beach Lover, thank you again for so rehearsed and angry. Hello, recovery addict. It's nice to meet you. I've heard a lot of people say also that you are covering this trial as well, and that you cover it with a lot of sensitivity and a lot of empathy. So thank you for that, because there are not many of us out here. If you are the same recovery addict who's doing the show on Maya's case as well. So thanks for coming in. I tend to not watch other people that are covering this case because I don't want my opinions to be clouded. I want to have my own fresh opinions, but no detail escapes this witness. Chocolate cake, no whipped cream. Yes. And I think that we see that also because we were, of the background in law enforcement or the training that she has had in law enforcement. Oh, hello, AJ McCleary. Thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member as well. It's going to be really, really fun here. I only started my own channel about 3 months ago, and we're growing very quickly and becoming known as an empathetic place for all kinds of people to come and watch things without being bullied. So welcome. I think you're going to like it here. All right, now we're going to move on to cross, and it just gets better and better. Just make sure that I'm on the right stream. Three, oh, 8. Yep, this is it. Okay. Hello, who else covers this other than Rob? You know, it's interesting because I reached out. So many of you have mentioned law and lumber in my chat, and I typically don't like people to mention other creators in the chat specifically because it may redirect people who are watching this to go somewhere else, which isn't cool. Like I wouldn't go into Recovery Addicts chat and say, hey, come watch my channel, or I wouldn't want you guys to do that, right? But I did reach out to Rob from Law and Lumber. I sent him an email to see if he wanted to do a collaboration on this because he's got a background in family law and I've got a background in specifically medical malpractice on the plaintiff side and civil litigation. I thought it would be cool. Haven't heard back from him yet, but if any of you guys know him, I think that would be kind of cool. Sometimes we like to, cross-pollinate because it's good for the viewers to get two lawyers' opinions at once. All right, here we go with the cross. Ooh, that chat was nasty. I can't even show you guys that chat. And here we go.
Correct.
I confirm you understand you are still under oath.
I understand completely.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, you may begin your cross-examination.
May it please the court. Ms. Niehus, on direct examination, you testified that you never saw Maya in pain. Is that right?
That's correct. And
And you also
it's Niehus.
testified, if I remember correctly, that you put everything down.
It's Niehus.
Yes, she will correct everyone about the pronunciation of her name, including the judge. So let's call her Niehus. It's Niehus. I know. Listen, I know how annoying it is when people mispronounce your name. So, I get it.
I'm so sorry. Ms. Niehus,
Thank you.
you put everything down of significance in your notes. Is that right?
I put down everything that I witnessed and saw.
Right. And you had, in fact, previously testified that somebody saying that they were in pain is a sign that they're in pain. Have you not?
Say that again?
You have said previously.
Do you ever notice when somebody wants more time to answer your question, even just an everyday conversation, if you're catching someone in a lie or you're questioning one of your kids about what they did that they weren't supposed to do, in order to gain more time to think of a proper answer, can you repeat the question or what? What? I didn't hear you. What'd you say? Just an observation.
That someone saying they're in pain, that they are in pain, is a sign that they are in pain. Right?
I don't believe I said it like that, no.
Well, remember your deposition of November 18th, 2020?
Bam.
You're sworn to tell the truth. You remember that?
Vaguely.
Vaguely doesn't remember the deposition, but remembers
And
that chocolate cake and
I
the grilled
asked you
cheese.
a series of questions about how much you knew about rating pain. You recall
You
that?
say rating pain? Yes.
Page and line, please.
Sure. Page 130, beginning at line 9.
The witnesses now a copy of the case.
I'd prefer the court reporter read back the question as well,
I can show it to her if she wants.
so that it's in its exact form that he asked it in the first time, because it already got in over the objection.
May I approach?
You may.
Could ma'am read from yourself, line 9 there, down to 8, the next page.
says, line number 9 says, question, are you telling the jury that your ability to ask somebody,
Read it to yourself.
sorry,
It's like read it to yourself. We're just refreshing your recollection. We're not asking for you to audition for a TV show.
I never stated that I was an expert.
If you look 3 questions before that, I believe you said you had training.
I do. I've been trained, yes. Is it
And?
EMTI?
And when asked about that training and what it was that let you know if someone was in pain by that training, you said by asking them, right?
That's one way to ask somebody if they're in pain or to find out, yes.
Right. And their response then, according to you, would be relevant as to whether or not they're in pain. True?
That could be true.
Mike.
Do what?
You can move the microphone a little bit, so,
Is this better?
yes.
Now, if I may, I'd like to,
Just
I
a,
may approach you on it.
oh, he's approaching anyway.
I think she already has a copy of the.
Oblivious Benson,
No,
good
this
to
is
see
the-
you.
excuse
You've
me,
been off the grid a
Your
little
Honor,
bit.
This is the Safe Children Coalition Visit Operation Observation Form from October 24th, 2016. Am I Mike?
Does she still have a copy?
No.
You have a copy of that?
You're great.
He's got copies here.
We've got 4 copies here.
Yeah, Mr. Hughes has all 4 of
Here,
them.
I'll send her all 4, Greg.
Okay,
All 4 here.
go ahead.
Thank you.
May Mr. Whitney approach? A little later. All right, so, ma'am, if you would turn to, I think it's the 3rd page in, and tell me then whether Maya told you on 1, 2, 3, 4 occasions that she was in pain.
Thanks, Sarah.
Where exactly?
Where
All right.
exactly? Yeah, because
Well,
I don't want to
if you
admit
look
that I
at the
said
bottom
that. My
of the
testimony.
first paragraph here, not the half one on the top, the last 3 lines on the top paragraph. Kowalski asked Maya how she was feeling.
We'll check the extension session.
You said the 3rd page, correct?
Mr. Anderson, this document's not in evidence. So
Oh, I know.
please Not read from it.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm just trying to orient the witness.
If you need to, you can.
She needs orientation.
All right.
This is the 3rd page.
Right there.
Mr. Kowalski asked Maya how she had been feeling, and she stated not good, and I asked her what not good meant. She stated that she meant she is hurting. I asked her where. Maya stated all over. The father lifted Maya up out of her
That's
wheelchair
okay.
and
We
placed.
can't read everything into number 2 here.
She inserted herself into that conversation between father and daughter. Why did she feel the need to insert herself into that conversation? She's there as an observer, as the person who is supervising the visit. Anybody else think that's a little bit strange? Should we read that back? Let's read that back. Remember, she's reading her deposition testimony. So this is her sworn testimony from a prior deposition.
Mr. Kowalski asked Maya how she had been feeling, and she stated not good, and I asked her what not good meant. She stated that she meant she is hurting. I asked her where. Maya stated all over. The father lifted Maya up out of her
That's
wheelchair
okay.
and
We
placed.
can't read everything into number 2 here. If you look, that's the beginning word there.
On the list for the next visit,
Yes. You say,
Maya pointed to her right forearm, stating her old IV site hurts bad.
down the bottom here, last 3 lines.
Maya stated that she attended physical therapy
We'll object to the extent we're having a witness read something that's not evidence.
Does reviewing your notes refresh what you saw and heard?
Yes,
And in declaration of pain number 3, does it refresh your recollection that Maya stated that parallel bars hurt too much?
Same objection.
Just let's finish this. Go ahead and answer the question.
that's what you said, physical therapy, yes.
Top of the next page, second and third line down.
What did you want me to read?
Well, just read to yourself, if I may, Your
Why
Honor.
don't you just point it out for her so she can read it?
No, I see it. What do you want me to read?
To yourself.
Again, we'll object to having a witness read something that's not evidence.
And what I want you to do is, you can read your note. If it refreshes your recollection of what you saw and heard, and then answer his questions, hopefully without reading your note.
Okay, what is your question now?
Would you agree with me now that at least 4 instances in your report, Maya Kowalski stated either she was in pain or that she was hurt or hurt?
She stated that the physical therapy to help her was hurting her, yes. And she stated that she sometimes sleeps and wakes up with pain.
And more than that?
And then what?
And more than that?
What do you mean and more than that?
An old IV site
Oh, the old IV site that she got in Mexico.
really hurt?
She didn't say really. She said that it hurt.
Oh,
That's not
now
my
she's going to
research, man.
quantify her pain.
And then,
That's exactly what she
then on
said.
the
Let's hear. That's
bottom
exactly
there,
what she said. Hold on a
what's-
second.
What is it? Does it refresh your recollection as to
Now she's starting to get
Maya
angry,
stated?
right? Remember how in the beginning she seemed a little bit nervous? Now she's just like, she is pissed. She just wants to get out of there and not gonna play well. Because she's already testified. How many times has she already said on direct that she never displayed any signs of pain? I never saw her in any pain. She was roughhousing with a brother. She was wrestling. She was reaching behind her on the bed. She was scooting around in her wheelchair. Her feet were always in a perfectly anatomically correct position. He's got the receipts. Really? But you said she was in pain during your deposition. But
She didn't say really. She said that it hurt.
oh boy.
And then what? Up with pain. Therapy to help her was hurting her, yes. And she stated that she sometimes sleeps and wakes up with pain.
And more than that?
And then what?
And more than that?
What do you mean and more than that?
An old IV site
Oh, the old IV site that she got in Mexico.
really hurt?
She didn't say really. She said that it hurt.
Mm.
That's not an IV site, ma'am. And then,
That's exactly what she
then on
said.
the bottom there, what is it? Does it refresh your recollection as to what Maya stated about whether or not she's hurting?
In the last paragraph?
No, ma'am. The bottom of, right here.
You could go and
Show her again.
You're on a different page.
We'll object to the witness read something that's not evidence. Not proper.
Didn't I just read this?
overall, you can finish.
This is the same thing I just read.
Does this indicate, again, that Maya said she's not doing good, that she was hurt?
Mr. Anderson, this is all about refreshing our recollection.
Is your recollection refreshed?
Yes, this is what I just said that she said.
So Maya did state she was in pain.
She did. However, she didn't display any signs of pain. Not once. She played like a normal little girl.
Okay. But
Listen to what she said there. She played like a normal little girl. Because remember, she's got a child with special needs. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl, and I don't know what the disability is, but what's her frame of reference, right? Something to think about.
if telling you you're in pain is a sign of pain, she gave you 4 different signs she was in pain. Did she not?
She stated at 4 different times that she was in pain. Physical therapy that the hospital gave her to help her. She stated that she was in pain from an old IV site that she got while she was in Mexico.
Oh,
She stated that she woke up in pain, and she stated, I can't remember what the first one was, that she hurt. However, just somebody saying that and not showing you any signs or other symptoms that she's in pain is not an actual portrayal in my EMT profession to be the whole picture of pain.
Ma'am, all I ask you is whether 4 times
She's saying in my EMT profession because she's not there as an EMT. Perhaps she was an EMT in the past, but she's not there as an EMT, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I think I'm right on this one.
Pain is not an actual portrayal in my EMT profession to be the whole picture of pain.
Ma'am, all I ask you is whether 4 times Maya expressed that she was in pain in your report of October 24th.
I said yes. I read them to you.
Let's look then at your next one. We might, your October 27th report. Can I approach you on? On this second page. At the bottom of this paragraph. See here?
So she clearly reviewed her reports before she testified, right? Because she, like Gadsden just said, she remembers the grilled cheese and the cake, right? Because that's all in her report. And she's documenting everything being perfect and no signs of pain. She doesn't ever document in her reports the complaints of pain. This is really important, guys, because she only reports the complaints of pain when she is deposed. And I'm glad he had this page flagged because she clearly reviewed her reports before she came in to testify. And she's testifying to the 4 corners of those reports, but she didn't think it was important to report and document in her reports that this little 10-year-old girl actually did complain of pain. Only when she's asked a question about it at a deposition does it even come up. This is excellent, excellent impeachment cross right now that you are witnessing. Not in real time, but
Refresh your recollection that Maya said she was in pain all over.
Maya did say that, yes.
Let's look again at the next page. Bottom paragraph here.
Barb H, if you can make me laugh during this stream, you win.
I documented that the RN nurse,
Let me ask a question, ma'am. Does that refresh your recollection that Maya mentioned that she was in pain when you first arrived?
say that again?
Does this refresh your recollection?
Again, say that again. Say that again, because I need more time to think of a good answer. Say that again.
Say that again?
Does this refresh your recollection that Maya told you when you came in that she was in pain when you first arrived?
Maya did not mention any pain throughout the visit, except for when we first arrived.
Right. And then somebody came in to give her tramadol. Do you know what tramadol is, man?
I do,
That's a pain medication, right?
correct.
And during the course of this, did you have Charlotte Laporte, with you?
At this visit,
Yes.
I do not believe Charlotte was with me during this visit.
All right. So during the November visit, was she with you?
Yes, Nurse Jones, yes.
November 4th,
Yes.
yes, Charlotte was with me.
And was she trained also to take down observations of pain?
I can't speak to what the case manager has been trained for.
Have you reviewed any of her notes to see whether she, at the same time you said she was not in pain, she found she was in pain?
I do not believe that I read Charlotte's notes, no.
You also said that you believed that Maya's feet never turned in. Is that right?
I
No
didn't say
discussion.
never.
Okay. Well, did you not say on 2 or 3 occasions when you came there, Maya's feet were flat on the floor? She did not have her feet turned in, things of that nature on direct examination?
I stated that Maya's feet were in the correct anatomically position, except for the time that she said to her father about her feet, and she turned them inward.
Mm.
And you recall at that point, there was a little discussion about taking photographs. You took one,
I'm required to.
and Jack Kowalski took 2. Is that right?
No, I took the photos for Mr. Kowalski.
Uh-huh. The one you took did not show her feet, did it?
I'm not required to take a picture of her feet. I was required to take a picture of her.
All right.
But it's so important to put in your reports that her feet are anatomically positioned anatomically correctly, and you're required to take the picture, but it wasn't important for you to get her feet in the picture? Anybody buying this?
The ones that Mr. Kowalski took, or you took with Mr. Kowalski's camera, did show her feet. Her in the Harlequin outfit showing her feet.
I don't recall the photo. I know that I took 2 photos.
We show they're in evidence, Your Honor. First, 2571-004.
If it's in evidence, yes.
Do you see her feet turning inward there?
I see her feet not straight.
We show the next one. I forgot though. Except the number. It's in evidence though. Do
I
you
see
see
them.
her feet?
Yes.
Do they appear to be turned in?
I don't recall. I know that she was moving her feet around.
All he's asking her is about the picture. Do her feet appear to be turned in the picture? And she says, I don't recall. You're looking at the picture. That's what the question is about. Do they appear in this picture to be turned inward? Rewind. Sometimes I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone, you guys. Validate me, because I think that's what the question was.
Except the number. It's in evidence though. Do
I
you
see
see
them.
her feet?
Yes.
Do they appear to be turned in?
I don't recall. I know that she was moving her feet around to steer herself around that room.
Hmm.
Do you know what dystonia is, ma'am?
Yes.
Do you know that's when someone's feet or arms or hands go into a position and lock there?
I've heard of that. Yes.
That's exactly what Maya had on that day, isn't it?
No, Maya was moving around the room freely with her feet, steering herself around the room.
My question is simply, was Maya Kowalski, if you know what dystonia is, Maya Kowalski displaying dystonia?
I don't believe she's displaying dystonia.
Oh,
Are you a doctor?
I am not.
Are you a psychologist?
I am not.
Are you a pain management specialist?
I am not.
This is just your opinion on what is dystonia and what's not dystonia, is that right?
This is my opinion on how she was moving around the room freely using her feet to
I'm
steal
simply asking
wheelchair.
whether or not it was, whether or not the pictures reveal here that she had dystonia at the time you said she didn't.
I can't testify to whether she has dystonia or not. I'm not a doctor.
oh.
Testifying to the fact that she moved her feet around freely.
But you can testify to the fact that she
Ma'am,
was
do you
not in
think
pain, even though she
That
said she
CRPS
was.
involves paralysis.
That what?
That CRPS involves
Again,
paralysis.
that
I
What?
don't know enough about
Again, I
it.
need more time to answer that question. Hold on.
Ma'am, do you think that CRPS involves paralysis?
That what?
That CRPS involves paralysis.
I don't know enough about CRPS.
So why are you spending all the time mentioning whether she can move herself around with her hands and feet in her wheelchair?
Because I was trained to document as a police officer, to record every single detail and observe and report and monitor her safety. And that's what I did.
I call BS. She doesn't know anything about CRPS. If she doesn't know anything about CRPS and that CRPS can cause dystonia, why did she put it in her report every single time that her feet were in the anatomically correct position? But now she's claiming she doesn't know anything about CRPS. Why would that be important in her report if she didn't already know that that is a symptom or can be a symptom of CRPS, right? Guys?
Yeah, you did, and you asked a number of questions throughout each one of these, right?
I did ask questions, yes.
This was Jack Kowalski's time with his daughter, was it not?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And you asked enough questions to take up 3.5 to 4 pages, is that right?
That's not accurate at all.
Well, where else would you get the information, man?
I did not spend 3 or 4 pages during each visit asking questions. I sat there for the most part quietly and took notes.
Except when you were inserting yourself into their conversations. This is a witness who would have been better served by playing her deposition testimony in court. This is why, and we've talked about this earlier, and you guys have said, why are they playing deposition testimony for Sally Smith and for Kathy Beatty? Why aren't they calling them in live on the plaintiff's case? And this is why, folks. This is why. Because this person is a loose cannon and there's no control in her. And she's going to say whatever she wants to say. And she's going to keep talking because she thinks she is more right than anybody in that room. And she's a non-party witness. She does not work for the hospital and she has nothing to do with the plaintiffs. She's a fact witness who observed some stuff. She should have never been put on the stand, in my opinion. So now you can see why I'm calling her judgmental, because it's only getting worse.
Did Jack Kowalski not ask you on more than one occasion for extra time because they had to respond to so many of your questions?
Jack Kowalski never said that he wanted more time because he had to respond to so many of my questions.
Did he
He
ask
asked
you
for
for more
more
time?
visits with his child.
Did he ask you for more time?
He asked for more visits with his child.
And you also said that Maya was happy through the entire time. Is that right?
Yes,
Did it come to your attention on several occasions she was crying?
Maya never had tears. She whined when her dad was leaving.
Maya made crying sounds at the end of the visit?
And no tears were seen.
You can
No
tell
tears
whether or
were
not
seen.
she had tears.
Yes,
Right. Isn't it true, ma'am, that throughout this, Maya was complaining that she was not happy? In fact, she was not able to sleep.
Maya brought up not being able to sleep once, and she said she wakes up sometimes.
And she said, not happy.
Correct. She did state she's not happy.
So which is it? Is she happy or not happy?
Can you show me exactly where I wrote she's not happy so I can put it in the correct context, please?
Well, he will.
And while I'm finding this, didn't she tell you on more than one occasion the hospital staff don't care or doesn't care?
I don't recall.
Again, take a look at your visit of 11/4/2016 at the very middle of the page under where it says mermaid picture. Second page.
I see it.
Does Maya express to you that the hospital staff doesn't care?
It's the same.
I see it, yes.
Does that refresh your recollection of Maya stating that she believed the hospital staff doesn't care about her?
Maya stated that, yes.
Oh,
Your view was that the staff did care.
Absolutely, the staff cared.
Uh, how many of the staff, well, I don't see here any interviews of the staff. Did you interview all the staff?
When you refer to staff, who exactly?
I don't know, the social workers and the nurses around.
I spoke with the social workers. I also spoke with the three, I don't know if they were RNs that came in the room. Yes.
And where is that documented, what they said?
Give me a moment.
Oh, we will give you all the moments you need, my dear. All right, everybody.
The third
hold on.
page of
We gotta
November
pause the
4th at
stream
the top
just
of the
for this.
page.
I won Rourke over. I won him over. See? Mark it down in your calendars, folks. Thank you, Rourke. See, you stick around long enough, I might grow on you. Ask my peeps.
Sorry. Where were you saying?
The third page, November 4th, 2016, at the top of the page, it starts, 3 nurse practitioners came in.
Okay.
She said that
Where's the interview where you ask any one of them all about how Maya's doing?
they stated that Maya is a completely different
No,
person,
I'm
that
not
she's
asking you
doing
that.
well.
I'm simply asking you where it is that you put down the substance of an interview.
I didn't interview them. They were speaking to everybody in the room on how well she's doing,
You
that
just-
she's a completely different person.
And I believe you just testified that Maya never had tears in her eyes, right?
Correct. Maya did not have tears in her eyes.
Take a look at November 4th, 2016,
Yes.
and
Peter.
go down to the right above the center of the page. I can show you if I may approach.
That's the word, Peter. I was thinking of combative as well.
Sure.
Oblivious Benson, to answer your question, they spent a
Or
total of
you have it
7 hours
highlighted? I see
out of
it, yes.
87 days in the hospital.
Did you in fact put in your
10
report
hours.
that Maya had tears in her eyes? Yes or no?
I don't see that, no.
You don't see the line?
That you just showed me, no. It says Maya wanted to go home. Father said she's getting stronger.
That's not it. Right here.
That's what you were just showing me.
I'm gonna approach your own side.
Ariel, could be true.
I did write that she had tears in her eyes.
So
I
that's
did not
what,
recall
3
that.
times you told the jury something and it wasn't correct? Haven't you said 3 times different? Strike it. Did you not tell the jury that Maya never said she was in pain, never was in pain, and in fact put in the report on multiple occasions that she was stating she was in pain?
I stated that Maya did not.
No, it's all right. All right. Again, did you review Charlotte Laporte's report of November 4th when she came with you?
I don't recall reviewing her report at all.
Well, is there anywhere in your report of November 4th, your report, where you document that Maya said that she had been dropped on a couple of occasions and it hurt her?
I recall that conversation. I don't know if it was on the 4th.
Okay. And that she was not happy and not able to sleep because she was in pain. Did you document that?
All in the same sentence? Because I don't think it was the same sentence, but I recall those, yes.
And finally, I think you put into your report that there was a video camera over Maya's room.
I did. When I entered the room, I observed the camera.
And so you've made a lot of allegations here about Maya's ability to move around. Did you ever ask for any video from that camera?
I believe I asked,
Overall, you answer.
you said answer?
Yes.
I believe I asked one of the staff members at All Children's if the video had been, or if the camera had been monitoring the room. And I believe they stated that it was, but they were gonna move her because she didn't require the need, or she didn't need to be videoed any longer.
Well, why would they not? Didn't the nurse confirm to you that the camera was in fact recording video and sound in the room?
Overall, you can answer.
I said yes.
Ooh, she's getting mad now.
Where's the video? Did you ask for it?
I believe I informed the supervisors at Child Protection that the room was being video recorded and that they could possibly ask for those videos. Yes.
Well, this is October 24th. This wasn't as to the 48 hours when Maya was in her room. You understand that?
Say that again?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry
Did you ever get back from Johns Hopkins, through any means, any video that confirms the things you're saying here?
I did not observe any video.
And in terms of where you got your information for all of these things, it's safe to say that you weren't living at the hospital through this period of time, correct?
I don't understand the first part of your question.
You were there for about anywhere from, counted it up, 7 to 7.5 hours on 4 occasions over the course of 2 weeks. True?
Correct.
The rest of the time, you have no idea what was going on, do you?
I was not at the hospital other than those 4 times.
Oh, finally, the
And in those
truth.
4 times, you gathered information from the hospital, did you not?
Yes.
Your witness.
Your witness. Good luck. It's like your witness. Good luck with this one. Before we move on, thank you, Gadsden Freedom Outdoors, for gifting 5 attorney Melanie Little scholar. I was going to say scholarships. I'm in college application mode. Memberships. So I learned this. Well, I knew this already, but people are like, and to whoever received them, congratulations. When you gift memberships to people, it's random. So it's not like when I gifted memberships the other night, I didn't get to pick who I gifted them to. It automatically assigns them to people. So congratulations if anybody received a membership from Gadsden Freedom Outdoors, who is one of my amazing moderators. That was very sweet.
Members of the jury, do any of you have any questions?
And if you have any questions, they're like, yeah, we do. Yes, we do, Your Honor. In fact, we have about a half an hour's worth of questions. So let's go to the chat and see what we're thinking so far, because he's got to, do the usual. He's got to talk to the attorneys. He's got to go through the questions, see what they're going to be able to ask her, what they're not going to be able to ask her. The judge, I think, has been doing a great job with mostly letting most of the questions in. Someone here, I think, said that Recovery Addict is able to hear what they're saying somehow. You must have some super duper listening power or microphone, but that would be interesting. I'll go over and watch your stream so I can hear what they're talking about, because I'm very curious as well. Okay, JSF 1993. Did they ever find out why her stomach hurt when she came in? Was that the CRPS? To my understanding, CRPS does not hit the internal organs. What did I miss? No, I think it can affect your GI tract. And also make it move more slowly. It can cause motility issues, but there are a lot of members in the chat who can address that question far better than I can. So I think the abdominal pain was caused not only by constipation, but also CRPS can affect your stomach. I think that the hospital's position is going to be that she had abdominal pain because of withdrawal from the K, perhaps. Well, I don't know how they're going to spin it, but that's what they're going to try and say. Trish ate the entire overreach and excessive length of time she was held hostage by the hospital far exceeded the time it would take to rule out MBP or CA. Yes, I agree. And I think they are going to try and point the finger at the court system, the juvenile court system, and say, hey, it wasn't us. We just made the complaint. But like we talked about the other night, they set the wheels in motion. And it was based on their reports and Sally Smith's reports and whether Sally Smith held herself out as an agent of the hospital. All of those things are going to go into the jury's deliberations. I wish she wouldn't have wasted so much of Anderson's time. Michelle, I think there's two sides to that. Yeah, he did. I think the judge wound up giving them both more time, but also I would argue that was time very well spent. If you were a defense lawyer in this trial, how would you attempt to recenter this witness during this brutal cross? Thank you for Recovery Addict. Your ears must be ringing because I was just talking about you. That's the point where you just sit down because that witness is not his witness. She's a non-party fact witness. And I think his tactic is going to be like, listen, it wasn't us. It was her. They're going to point the finger at everybody but the hospital. And that's a great person to be able to point the finger at. So I think I would sit down. I would say nothing. And I think that he did the right thing by not doing any redirect, because I think she's loose cannon. You saw her. She wouldn't answer the questions. She kept going off on her observations, and her opinion was clearly right until she was shown that she's testified differently before. Thank you, Beach Lover, for your $1.99 super chat 4 times in a 1.5 hour visit with dad and brother. Right. That's all she did. Faith Walker, Todd, Kathy Beatty said they were so concerned for Maya because she had fallen out of the bed that they could not leave the door closed, even with her attorney in the room because of her pain. Also, they were listening in on the attorney conversations, I believe. Yes, that's true. Ellie Cat 81, what do you think her lawyers are thinking? They're not her lawyers. She's a non-party, but they did call her to the stand, and I think they're thinking, we should have used her deposition testimony. Maybe her deposition wasn't videotaped. I don't know if they videotaped everybody's deposition because I can't even imagine how many depositions they did in this case. I do know that they've exchanged, there are at least 50,000 pages in the court file. So a tremendous amount of discovery was done in this case, and it's very expensive to videotape a deposition. Typically, depositions are not videotaped. You just get a transcript back. So maybe they didn't have video deposition of her. True Crime Fangirl, defense said they're calling Sally Smith live. They keep saying that. If somebody can give me an exact date, I think they're going to pull the old bait and switch. Like, we're going to say that we're calling her, but and then pull her at the last minute, because I don't think she's going to help them at all, especially with regard to the issue of whether or not she held herself out as an agent of the hospital. I think there's a lot of conflicting testimony. And so in that case, if the jury finds that, they can hold that against the hospital. Thank you, Mom of 6, for your super sticker, $9.99. You have one more kid than I do. What is wrong with us? No, I'm kidding. I love my kids. My kids are amazing. Listen, we'll never be lonely. Right, Mom of 6? We will never be lonely, and we will never retire. Carol Z, thank you so much for the $9.99 super sticker. I appreciate you so much. Oh, and Gadsden Freedom Outdoors, not only did you become a new member, and you're also a moderator, and you gifted 5 memberships. You get all the props tonight. Thank you. Ray says, Kathy Beatty and Sally Smith came across horrible in deposition. In my opinion, they might have changed their demeanor in front of the jury. They probably thought this witness would too. Yeah, again, maybe this was not videotaped. Writer Dust, Melanie, you should do a poll on who has chronic pain in this chat. I would love to do that, but I don't know how to do a poll. I'm a newbie. How do I do a poll? Does anybody know how to do a poll? I don't know. Do I have to go into YouTube and do it? Because I stream from StreamYard, so I don't know if I can do that from here, but if anybody knows how to do it, let me know. Hello, Yvonne. New subscriber. Welcome. Thank you. Hope everyone's well. I'm watching this trial. Detective Graham, will you be showing her testimony? Not tonight, but we could. I mean, listen, there's a lot of people here, so It's a fun way to spend a Saturday night, don't you think? Great Dane mom. Oh, somebody asked what she was drinking on the stand. The bottle says Life Water. Well, I don't think they're going to be using that in any of their social media for advertising. What do you think? Oh, thank you so much for being new to the group and for your $1.99 super sticker. And I don't know what EINAI 3D 420. It's 420 somewhere. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. All right. I'm going to fast forward it a little bit to the cross-examination because I know this is the jury questions we're moving to now because this is fun. And this is going to be at 1:03. Jury questions are interesting because it's going to give us a little insight about which way the jury's leaning, what they're thinking about, what's important to them, what they want to know from this witness. My favorite part. That cross was pretty stellar, but aside from that, jury questions are my favorite part. So here we go.
Okay, and ma'am, the jury has a series of questions. I just want to remind you that you're still under oath, okay?
I understand.
The first question, in the Harley Quinn picture, how many charms are on that bracelet?
I would have to see the photo again.
Okay, wait, hold on 1 second. Because I think, is this where she corrects the judge about how to pronounce her name? And then she kind of gives like a really mean look. I just got to rewind this a second. All right, hold on.
Okay, please be seated. Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did no investigation, and you received no information. Is that all correct?
Correct.
And that no one approached you about this case while you were away on that break?
Correct.
And you did not see any media write-ups about this case or any clips or anything like that?
Correct.
Okay, and ma'am, the jury has a series of questions. I just want to remind you that you're still under oath, okay?
I understand.
The first question, in the Harley Quinn picture, how many charms are on that bracelet?
I would have to see the photo again.
Why don't we bring up the photo?
On the bracelet?
005 is much closer.
Apparently 005.
Are you speaking to the ankle bracelet?
I guess so.
I cannot tell.
Well, here's the next question. Did you see any evidence of any lesions or abrasions at that point of contact?
Where her bracelets are? No, I did not.
Okay. Night Owl, you beat me to it. They want her to notice her feet turning in. I think they also, when they ask about whether there were any lesions at that site, because she testified how many times that she was sitting crisscross applesauce and it didn't seem to bother her and she was in no pain. And if she was sitting crisscross applesauce, wouldn't, you know how if you have charms on a bracelet, they'll leave like marks in your skin? Yeah.
Thank you. Next question. What was the reason that your observations stopped?
Because my position with the Safe Children Coalition, the case had transitioned from CPI to the Safe Children Coalition. So my services as a safety manager were no longer needed. It was assigned to somebody else.
The next question. You were asked on your observations of Maya and gave your description. Are you asserting to this jury that during that first visit you had that Maya and Kyle and possibly Jack were occupied with themselves in a giddy and oblivious way while your team searched through the room, bags, fridge, and confiscated items and removed items? Or was there any signs of questions or resistance from Maya or Jack?
Can you read that again, please?
Are you asserting to this jury that during that first visit that Maya and Kyle and possibly Jack were occupied with themselves in a giddy and oblivious way while your team searched through the room, bags, fridge, and confiscated items and removed items?
That's a great question. Confiscated, because she did say
If you can
confiscated.
answer that. go for it.
I can. Yes, they were enjoying themselves, playing, having a time. Her and Kyle were wrestling. I would call it keep away from this one toy in the game. I would not describe my teammates and I searching the room in any kind of way that it was asked there. It was a casual open the refrigerator door. As safety managers and child protection investigators, it is a standard practice to open up a refrigerator anytime you enter a home or area where this child's safety might be in question. It was just more of a open and shut, and the items that he brought with him, that was handled outside of the room.
So we surreptitiously went in and just casually opened the refrigerator door. We were being sneaky about it. So I'm not going to say that they were giddy and playing while we were searching their room, because I can't say that. So I got to think of something else to say.
Was there any signs of questions or resistance from Maya or Jack?
No,
The next question. Your testimony for your 4 occasions to observe Maya portrays Maya as having some physical difficulties, but able to move about and get around via her wheelchair. Is that correct?
my observations, I strongly believe that she moved around freely without limitations.
So far in this trial, the jury has been presented with a plethora of photos and videos of Maya taken by both the parents and staff at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Does your team, you or the hospital, possess any photos or videos to corroborate your testimony?
They're asking if I took photos to corroborate my testimony.
If you or your organization have photos to corroborate your testimony?
I took photos of the letters and the checks and the food. I photographed the refrigerator. I required to take a picture of Maya to upload into the state computer FizFin. And my notes are very, very detailed. I took a report writing class in college, and I was assigned to just document everything that I saw, whether it was just some minute detail or something of importance. I just documented everything that I saw. I did my job and what I was assigned to do by Child Protection and the Safe Children Coalition.
I took a report writing class in college. That was relevant because she's now got to back up everything she said, as if that gives her 100% more credibility. But it wasn't important to document that the child said she was in pain. It was important to document that you didn't see any signs of pain and you didn't think she was in pain, but not that she said she was. Okay. The jury, I think it almost feels to me, and tell me if you think I'm wrong, that the jury's kind of just mocking her at this point, and I don't want to mock her, but it feels like that's what they're doing. Like, oh, really? You didn't see that she had dystonia? Okay, well, look at this picture. Tell me about her ankle bracelet. Oh, you mean to tell us that the family was giddy and laughing while you were searching their room and confiscating the chocolate cake and the communion?
Next question. Is it your testimony that a young girl is, quote, happy, end quote, to be away from her family in a hospital? Or is she happy to be having a visit with her family?
Yep.
Maya stated that she was happy to be away from her mother's anger on one instance, which is documented in my notes. And she was also happy to see Mr. Kowalski and Kyle.
Okay. All right. Okay. Hold on a second. We've already talked about how smart this jury is. Are you trying to tell this jury that you, stranger lady, who quite honestly doesn't feel like a person you would really open up to, that Maya told you that she was happy to be away from her mother's anger? Is that what you now want this jury to believe? that you're sneaking in there during the jury's questions? Wow. Okay. That deserves a rewind. Am I right? Because at this point, I don't even remember what the question was.
Documented everything that I saw. I did my job and what I was assigned to do by Child Protection and the Safe Children Coalition.
Next question. Is it your testimony that a young girl is, quote, happy, end quote, to be away from her family in a hospital? Or is she happy to be having a visit with her family?
Maya stated that she was happy to be away from her mother's anger on one instance, which is documented in my notes. And she was also happy to see Mr. Kowalski and Kyle.
Are you saying that a person is not in pain if they say they are in pain, if you do not think you see symptoms of pain?
Great
As a
question.
person that works in the healthcare profession, are you not to believe what a patient says their pain is?
Great question.
I'm stating that a person can say that they're in pain, and the person evaluating you would say, where? Does this hurt? Does this hurt? She would verbalize that, but she literally showed no signs of any kind of pain. She roughhoused just like my grandson, like your children.
Oh.
She did all of that, and I don't want to say never. I do not recall her ever once saying, ouch, don't do this. Kyle, get off of me. Hey, let's not wrestle and do this. Mr. Kowalski did not stop this roughhousing. He just let it go on.
Now she's blaming Mr. Kowalski for not stopping this wrestling. How about my CRPS patients in the chat? How about everything hurts, lady? How about everything hurts? There's another doctor who's going to say the same thing. I think we're gonna watch Nurse Klink's testimony after this, because I saw another thing on court TV last night that made me so angry that I just saw the clip and it made me go back and watch this nurse's testimony again. So we're gonna watch the nurse's testimony, then we're gonna watch what court TV had to say about her testimony. And again, I'm in the twilight zone. Wow.
I thought that her safety was in question when she bent way down to the floor. Mr. Kowalski didn't state, hey, don't do that. You could hurt yourself. None of that happened. They were playing like brother and sister and happy to see one another. When somebody says they're in pain, you should also ask other questions or see other signs or symptoms of them being in pain. Doctor pushes on your abdomen, you go, ow, okay, that's that. They said they were in pain. Now it hurts here. So you need more information before you can state about all of this pain. She never once pushed her nurse's button and asked for any pain medication. In all of the visits, what did he state? Over 7 hours? She never once pushed a button and said, hey, I'm in pain. Can I have something? Absolutely nothing.
The next question from the jury. Did you not say her room was completely organized? In the photo we just saw, the couch was not organized, neither was the floor or her tray table. What part of her room was organized?
Oh, damn, they are listening. They are listening. They want receipts. Like, really? You said her room was so organized and her shoes were lined up? We just saw a photo. Didn't look organized to us. Come on, explain yourself.
The part of her room over to the left side of the bed by the window, she had all of her shoes lined up by the chair and far under the chair. I'm not sure what photos they've seen.
How many pairs of shoes do you think she had in the hospital? She makes it sound like she had her whole shoe collection in there. Like Imelda Marcos's shoe closet lined up underneath this child's couch in her hospital room. All of her shoes.
Next question from the jury. Do you know what CRPS is and what the symptoms are? And have you been trained on how CRPS pain reacts to patients?
I am not a doctor. I've not been trained in CRPS. To be honest with you, I would have to sit down and Google it. It's a complex pain disorder. I know a very, very basic knowledge of it. I believe it stands for chronic repetitive pain syndrome. That's my basic knowledge. I would have to Google it.
That completes the asking of the jurors' questions, or a couple I couldn't ask, but I asked most of them. Ms. Kowalski, do you have any follow-up?
Just one, with respect to your role, and observations that you made and that you documented in detail, you were there as an independent observer on behalf of CPI, correct?
That's correct, but
You were
safe-
not associated with the hospital.
I'm absolutely not associated with the hospital. I was signed by Child Protection and the Safe Children Coalition, and I did what I was told to do by them.
See, like I said before, that's what they're doing. They're like, okay, Jerry, you may hate her, but she doesn't work for the hospital, right? You don't work for the hospital. Exactly. Exactly what I thought. I was right.
Thank you.
I didn't watch that part, by the way.
Any further questions from the plaintiffs?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
So you said that Maya, through all this, never complained of any pain. She never complained of any pain the whole time you're there, right?
I thought we just went over all of this.
Okay.
Don't make me
What
say it
about
again,
when somebody
please.
touched her, like touched her leg or something? Did you
I-
testify that that wouldn't bother her?
I can't tell you what would bother Maya or not.
Hmm.
Isn't that what you just testified about? What bothers Maya and what does not?
I would not describe it as that, no.
Well, in fact, it sounded like you were almost making an argument rather than coming in as an independent witness, didn't it? No, it's not.
Sustained.
That's okay. The jury heard what he had to say.
You
It doesn't
felt the
matter.
need to throw in every single fact you could possibly think of, regardless of whether or not it was responsive to the question, didn't you?
I'm going to overrule that one. You can answer that one.
I have no hidden agenda. I came in here and I described my job. That's it.
Isn't it true in
describe
one of
it
your
wrong.
reports, you documented that when one of the nurses tried to touch Maya's leg, that she, to test what pain level it was, she touched it lightly and Maya squirmed and yelled, "Stop it, it hurts."
I don't recall that.
May I refer?
You may approach the witness.
He's got the receipts. Clarabella, thank you for becoming a member. Rosemary J, thanks for becoming a member.
You want to receive?
AJ, thank you.
Yes.
This is not my note, sir.
This is not
That's Charlotte Laporte's note.
Okay, so why would Charlotte Laporte document that in her report? And let me show you your report from the exact same day.
First of all, I object to the last question, the answer to be stricken. He's referencing documents that are not in evidence.
The jury will disregard the question that Mr. Anderson is starting to ask.
Predicate, Your Honor.
What?
May I approach?
Yeah,
Why don't you show
yeah,
Ms.
please.
Crowell?
Sorry, I thought we gave you.
Yeah, please.
Well, I don't know what, I can't see it from here, sir.
Thank you. It's ironic for becoming a member.
Yeah, it's hers.
No,
Why don't you all come up here?
Why don't you all come up here? Oh, Jack thinks it's funny. Thank you, AJ, for the $2 super chat. I love your channel. Outstanding. No cupcake either. God bless us, huh? We cannot make everybody happy. We are not cupcakes here. Beach Lover 64, thank you for the super chat. Those were not high heels. And she didn't like how much makeup she was wearing either. Merch shirt. I love Maya like Maya loves her cake. Oh, you know what? That's a great idea, Sarah. That's a great. Would anybody like that shirt? I got the merch coming. I'm designing it as we speak. Who will play her in the movie version? We can take a poll on this, but I'm going to say Jane Lynch. Or maybe Jamie Lee Curtis. Tell me what you think while I rewind this a little bit. Oh, they're coming right back, it looks like, right? I think. I mean, not rewind, fast forward.
You may approach.
Your Honor.
Mr. Anderson, what we just talked about.
if you said anything in your report, would refresh your recollection to see whether you said anything about someone touching Maya lightly and her
I don't
taking
recall
away.
that.
May I approach? Would refresh your recollection to take a look at this?
Like, sure, fine, if you must. Make me look stupid again. I know this is going to be on TV and everyone's going to see it.
Did you have a specific spot in here?
She works
I
at the
was
post
simply
office
asking
now. I
you,
wonder
ma'am,
why.
if you had documented that a nurse practitioner had touched Maya lightly and she had reacted to that.
I don't recall. But I'll read through this real quick and look.
Yes, you will. That's a great point, Susan Brooks, about the chocolate. Interesting. I'm sorry for your chronic pain, but I could see chocolate makes everybody feel better, right? So do
I can
cupcakes.
paraphrase what I documented about the nurse practitioner's visit.
All I want to know is if you documented the same thing that
I don't,
Ms. Laporte documented
I
the
did not
exact same
read
day.
Ms. Laporte's report. I have no idea what she documented.
As we discussed.
I am asking her.
He's trying so hard. He wants to backdoor that in.
What we just talked about.
Does your report, does that refresh your recollection as to whether you documented in your report a situation where Maya was touched and pulled away?
In the paragraph that I documented with the nurse practitioners,
It's just really a yes or no.
I'm not going to read it. I described how happy they were with how Maya was doing. They stated she was a completely different person. They talked about hunting for shark teeth on the beach. Mr. Kowalski even asked them to tell one of the doctors hello. I did not document anything about anybody touching Maya's leg in this report.
Or reacting by pulling away and saying it hurts.
I don't recall documenting that or seeing that.
Now,
This is the only
did
instance
you,
with the nurses.
you were asked about photographs. You took one photograph of Maya and you testified you did not photograph her legs, right?
I took a photo of Maya, of her face, to upload in the state computer system. Then I took a couple of photos to be nice to Mr. Kowalski so he could take those photos home with him. I didn't specifically zoom in on Maya's leg. I took a picture of this man's little girl for him. That's what I
This man took a picture of this man's little girl for him because now her kindness is coming out because she's so kind that she, out of the goodness of her heart, took a picture of his daughter, of this man's daughter, for him.
documented and took a photo of.
Ma'am, all I'm asking you is, do you have any photographs, as asked by the jury, to document what you're saying, or film, or video, anything visual to document the things that you're saying here?
I need you to be specific on what things I'm saying, but you want to know if I
Say
took
no.
a photo.
Maya
Just
being
say
able to
no.
pull herself around the room, Maya's feet being straightened, Maya's ability to, I don't know, move her arms, all of the things you talked about that indicated to you that she was just fine.
Just tap out.
Where's the video?
Say no.
Where's the photograph?
I did not photograph her wrestling with her family and them having the visit with Mr. Kowalski. It was a family event. I was clearly there to document, which I did very much detail, right down to what she ate. My notes speak for themselves.
But if you're documenting so carefully, why wouldn't you take a picture to prove that her feet were in a anatomically perfect position? You could have so much fun with this cross that he could go on for another hour or two, but we're getting the picture. I'm pretty sure the jury's getting the picture. And the fact that she just doesn't tap out and say, no, I didn't take any pictures is beyond. She just keeps going and going and going. Like the Energizer Bunny, going and going and going.
They're 100% accurate of my observations in over 7 hours with that little girl.
That little girl.
Move to strike is non-responsive to the basic question, Your Honor. My question was simple. It was a yes or no. Do you have photographs and video or do you not?
I do not have photos of the events that I described. That would be inappropriate.
Oh, that would be inappropriate. Okay.
Inappropriate?
For a family visit when they're playing together as a family,
Do you recall whether the nurse advised you that you could go to Sally Smith to get recordings from the room?
I already testified to this.
No, you really didn't, but
What's the
can
legal
you-
basis for the objection?
Outside the scope, and I'm not sure where he's going, to be honest with you.
So I'll overrule that one question.
would it refresh your recollection for me to show you your report of October 24th, 2016 about that issue?
Sure. You're welcome to.
Same one.
What can
End
you
the
say?
misery. Just end the misery. Just answer the damn question and go. You don't have to be right. You don't have to prove anything. You have no
Page 3.
skin in this game, lady. Just say, answer yes or no. Go. Let it.
I see it.
Does that refresh your recollection?
This is what I've already stated. I've recalled it and
Good.
stated
We
it.
want you to say it again for effect.
So you do recall now that Nurse Lindsay advised you that you could get any film or video you needed from Sally Smith?
I stated this already.
I'm asking you again.
But you have none here today. How long have you prepped
The
to
crinkling
testify?
yellow.
When was our deposition?
No. How long did you prep for this testimony?
Yeah,
Object outside the scope.
not long enough.
She can answer.
I didn't keep track of the time, sir.
Mm.
I'm a very, very
But you took a
busy
report writing
person and
class in
work extremely
college.
hard.
Why do you keep
This
track
is
of the
probably
time
the
of your
last
prep?
thing on my plate.
Well, how many hours have you spent any time with the defense lawyers?
Anytime we communicated via email on what they needed, had my deposition. I still had my deposition from before.
Ma'am, I'm just asking you in the last few days, have you been in
Yes.
contact with the defense counsel?
Yes,
On how many occasions?
I don't recall.
That many?
I didn't say that many. I just specifically can't state how many times.
Argumentative.
Okay, so it was more than one or two. Can the jury say that?
Yes, more than one or two.
3 or 4?
I don't recall.
Oh, come
How
on.
many? Well, this was yesterday
You took a report writing
or
class.
the day before.
You're talking to
Can't
grilled
recall
cheese.
how many times you
coffee
talked to the
cake.
defense counsel.
This just happened
about
within
your
the past
testimony.
week. You're
I
Is that
cannot
right?
testify under oath exactly how many times that I've spoken to them. More than 2 times.
for
Okay,
8 hours at a time.
more than 2 times in the last 2 days.
Is that a question?
Yes. Is it true? More than 2 times the last 2 days.
Yes.
Okay. And you were, I guess, critical of what? Maya for not asking for pain meds? That was part of your
I
testimony?
didn't say I was
Objection,
critical.
argumentative.
Well,
I did not state it was critical.
weren't you trying to point out to the jury it was part of your conclusion about why you believe she wasn't in pain? Was that she didn't ask for pain meds?
No, I said the whole picture over 7 hours of observing this little girl and her little brother.
Again, ma'am, all I'm asking you is yes or no. Did you say that?
Yes, I object. That-
He can,
Folks, you're gonna have to let her answer the question. If you need to move to strike, you can move to strike. But let's give
Yeah.
everybody the courtesy of asking a complete question and hearing the complete answer.
may the witness be instructed to answer yes or no to a yes or no question and then say whatever she wants after that.
I will ask you to actually answer the question that's asked.
Did you or did you not just tell the jury one of the things that concerned you about whether she was in pain was she did not hit the button to have pain meds sent in.
I cannot answer that as a yes or no because it's not just a yes or no question. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I need to
Can't
narrate because
remember
that's
saying it
what I
here
know.
in front
I'm
of the
saying it
jury.
requires more description than just yes or no.
what I learned in my report writing
Well, the
class.
only question is whether in front of this jury, maybe it was for lunch, an hour ago, you said that to support your idea that Maya was not in pain.
I was
Did you or
not
did you not
supporting
in
an
here?
idea, sir. I was describing what I saw.
I understand, ma'am. All I'm asking you as a predicate question is whether you remember stating that before the jury here today.
Stating what?
That one of the reasons you thought that Maya may not be in pain was she didn't punch the button for the nurse to get pain meds.
Mhm.
The way you worded that, no, I did not say that. That's not how I said that.
Okay.
She did say that.
Are you aware then that Maya Kowalski was getting regular doses of tramadol?
I can tell you that
Were you aware of that?
I was aware of one time.
Okay. So you think it was only on this one time? Is that your conclusion?
I'm not here to think. I'm telling you what I saw.
Okay. And what is tramadol?
It's a pain med, like we said an hour ago.
It's an opiate pain med, is it not?
I don't know the definition of it. I couldn't tell you the contents of it. I know it's a pain medicine.
But in any event, Maya was receiving opiate pain meds during this period of time, at least once, right?
Maya received tramadol one time under my observation.
Do you know how much she took and when she took it in
No.
relationship to any of the scenes you report?
No, I can testify that the nurse came in the one time for tramadol.
And you were also concerned with Maya sitting crisscross applesauce, right?
With her saying that,
No, with you seeing that.
I observed and reported that she was sitting in an Indian style position, crossing her legs on many, many occasions.
It's not PC to say
And
Indian style
this
anymore,
proved to you
witness.
what?
When Maya sat Indian style, she did not verbalize any signs of pain over and over the many times that she sat that way.
Do you have any training in physical therapy?
I would not call it
Eye
training,
roll.
sir.
Insert eye roll. Did you see the
Some.
eye roll? Hold on.
I have
Right.
been to many,
It's
sir.
just so fun. I haven't had this fun of a Saturday night.
I would not call it training, sir.
Some.
I have
Well.
been to many physical therapy appointments with patients
Hmm.
and myself.
So you must be aware then, as two physical therapists have testified before this jury, that when a child has low back leg pain, that is the most comfortable position for them to avoid pain. Surely you know that.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Do you know that a child with low back leg pain often sits crisscross because that is the best way to prevent pain?
I've never heard that. Nobody informed me of that.
Hmm.
And finally, I think you testified that you, on her ankle bracelet, didn't see any lesions. Did you check the rest of her body to see if she had any lesions?
Sir, it's not in my job description to investigate Maya's entire body. No, I did not.
So you don't know whether she had lesions or not?
I do not.
I think Jack's trying not to laugh. I think you're right.
And so should the jury take then that you put everything as 100% accurate right down to the tears in Maya's eyes?
I'm saying the jury should take into account that I spent over 7 hours with this little girl and I documented what I saw.
Smacking the table.
And when you documented it, you got a lot of things wrong, didn't you?
When I documented it, my notes are wrong. I believe my notes are correct in what I observed.
Nothing further comment.
Anything further?
Just one question.
Even she's laughing. Even the attorney's laughing.
With respect to your testimony here today and any conversations you had with the defense side, with the defense attorney, were you asking you to come in and tell the truth and testify what you observed?
Correct. Bleeding.
And is that what you did?
Overruled, she can answer.
And is that what you did today to the best of your ability?
Absolutely, 110%.
Right, thank you, ma'am.
Any follow-up on that one question?
No, Your Honor, that's not necessary.
Members of the jury, I see we've got more questions.
Oh, they got more. Like, oh my God, I thought I was out of here. Well, no, you're not out of here because you keep talking and talking and talking and talking instead of answering the question. And then you're arguing with the attorneys and then you're rolling your eyes and you just want to be right.
Those that are not in evidence will not be back. Ms. Niehus, jury wants to know, were you paid to testify today?
Absolutely not.
So then we don't need to ask by whom or how much.
Whoa.
And then that was the only question that I was actually able to ask defense. Are there any further follow-up?
No.
None at this time, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
She released from its subpoenas,
Watch
or
out,
she
Desi.
still need to be under subpoena?
Gets up to.
She's released, maybe it's canceled.
I would leave now.
Yeah, I would leave now. Whew. Get on out of there, girl, because you are lucky to be alive after that. Wow. Anybody else as entertained as I was by this? Oh my God, oblivious. I wasn't paid. I'm willing to be this awful for free. Holy moly. I mean, you guys watch a lot of trials on TV. Is this one of the worst witnesses you've ever seen? Yes, I agree, Tina. Most witnesses here have zero empathy. While we're all here, let's hit the like button before we move on, eh? Helps the YouTube algorithm. If you like what you're hearing, also hit the subscribe button because it's free. And then you hit the bell so that you get all notifications so you will know when we go live. Paul Klink, thank you for your super chat. I too bail bondsman Patty Mayo also opens fridges. Oh, Ed, I'm thinking about membership. This membership thing is about $2.99. I don't know. Really now, doctor? Lady Prudence, $4.99. Thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate you. Isn't this fun, you guys? All right, so let's watch the testimony of the nurse Klink or Clank. I'm not sure how you spell her name, but let us see what she's got to say. I'm going to speed her testimony up a little bit because it's a little bit long, but if you think it's too fast, you let me know. We will slow down during jury questions. And I don't think that we need any subtitles on this. Sometimes these subtitles will get us in trouble, so I try not to use them. Oh, I can hide that. And here we go.
Can you please state your name?
Johanna Klink.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a nurse practitioner.
Can you please give the jury the benefit of your education and training beginning with college, and any degrees or licenses you obtained over the years, please?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology. And then I went on to become a nurse, so I have a Bachelor of Science degree in nursing. Then I was a nurse for some years, and then I went back several years ago and became a nurse practitioner, and I'm a family nurse practitioner.
And when did you first become a registered nurse?
2001,
When did you become an advanced practice registered nurse?
2021.
Can you explain the difference between a registered nurse and an advanced practice registered nurse?
Yeah, so a registered nurse is most typically a bachelor's degree. Sometimes it's an associate degree, but for the most part, it's a bachelor's degree. The nursing, what a registered nurse does is follows the orders that would be given by a nurse practitioner, which was considered a mid-level or a physician. So we follow the orders we monitor vital signs, we monitor the patient, and then we report to the physician. A nurse practitioner is one who works between, is like considered a mid-level, and will write orders and make a diagnosis. And registered nurses don't make diagnosis. They follow the orders of a physician or a nurse practitioner or physician assistant.
Now, before you became an APRN, can you describe your work history as a pediatric intensive care nurse?
As a pediatric intensive care nurse, I started in Children's National Medical Center in Washington, D.C. I was there for 2 years, and I was in the pediatric intensive care. I was for several months in a respiratory care floor in the acute care, and then I went straight to the pediatric ICU. After that, my family and I moved to Seattle, and I worked in the pediatric intensive care in Seattle. While I was in the pediatric intensive care in Seattle, I also had experience.
Blah, blah, blah. She's like
From
been a pediatric ICU nurse for
I
20
highlighted it
years.
For you, I believe.
Yeah.
Quote, I'm tired of all these lies. My life is a lie.
Okay,
See it,
hold
we
on.
got it on. And I was
Is
gonna,
that I thought was bothers them. That was unusual for a 10-year-old. Kids don't act this status. We administer in the pediatric ICU, and in the ICU is very specialized drugs that is.
That's a pretty strong
Right, we
opinion.
call it PICU, but it's
when we say pick you today,
20, and until I believe it was 2021, 20, something like that.
and when we say pick you today, you understand that to be the pediatric intensive care unit.
Right, we call it PICU, but it's PICU, Pediatric Intensive Care Unit. Yep.
Can you give the jury an idea of what a PICU nurse at All Children's Hospital, or anywhere for that matter, does on a daily basis?
Well, the pediatric ICU, like I said, we follow the orders of the doctor, nurse practitioner. We're there for monitoring vital signs, patients' status changes. We report to them when we see changes in status. We administer in the pediatric ICU, and in the ICU is very specialized drugs that are not given. Secondly, I thought it was unusual that she said I wanted my.
So did this skip? Like, I don't know what happened because this is the Tampa 13 stream. So I'm not sure. I feel like we're missing something, but I didn't skip it. I don't know what the question was, but it seems like something happened. So I'm not sure what. If you were watching it live on another channel, did we miss something? Because they go right into her interpreting something on the record, but we're here for it.
Secondly, I thought it was unusual that she said I want my sedation. I thought it was drugs that are not given. We administer in the pediatric ICU, and in the ICU is very specialized drugs that are not given. Secondly, I thought it was unusual that she said I want my sedation. She didn't say I'm in pain. You know, nurse, my arm hurts, mom, my leg hurts, my back hurts. I'm in pain. I have an owie. Somebody help me because it hurts. She said I want my sedation, and I thought that was unusual for a 10-year-old. Kids don't ask to be sedated. They ask for something because they have something hurts. They have an owie. They have something bothers them. They'll say that, but they don't ask for sedation. So that I thought was very strange. So I put that in. And then the other thing is,
And I was going to get to the next one. There's Klink. There's a second note here, T901 from 5 p.m. on the 7th. It says, well, can you see it? We've got it highlighted here for you, I believe.
Yeah.
Quote, I'm tired of all these lies. My life is a lie, end quote. Klink,
Yes.
Can you highlight that for us?
My life is a lie, she wrote in the notes. Okay. First of all, exactly, Debbie. Thank you very much. It's more unusual for a 10-year-old to say they have an owie. Yeah, no. My kid's at 10. We're not saying I have an owie, number one. Number two, keep in mind that Beata, her mother, is a nurse, an infusion nurse. So unlike most children, Maya had more of a background in medicine. She had been through several hospital stays. She had been through a very long period of seeing many doctors to get a proper diagnosis. And that exactly. Thank you, Mama Bear. You said the exact same thing I said. Her mom's a nurse. She's going to learn terms, of course. She documents everything else on the records. They know that her mother is a nurse. So I'm not sure why this was so odd. But we'll see.
Reading from the record, no strikes. Let's try not to read the records.
Nurse Klink, do you see the entry here that's highlighted
yes.
before you? Can you tell me, or describe for the jury rather, what was going on around the time that this statement that you quoted from Maya occurred?
I was alone with Maya in the room in her hospital room when this happened. She was saying that she was hungry and she wanted a donut, but she said about the sedation part. And then she said, I'm tired of all these lies. My life is a lie. That struck me very hard. I don't know how to explain it. When she said that, it sounded to me like it was a cry for help. Like there was she was desperate. She said those words to me, and I said, Maya, what do you mean by that? And Maya's, before that happened, Maya said to me, where's my mother? And I said, well, I think your mom is with the doctors. They're having a meeting. And then she was saying, I want my donut, I want my sedation. And then she said that. So Mrs. Kowalski and I believe Mr. Kowalski were in a meeting with the doctors. This was right after she was admitted.
Okay. I'm going to submit to you that a child who is 10, who has been told that her pain is in her head and that she's making up her illness, when she says, my life is a lie, because everybody thinks she's lying all the time about her medical condition and her pain. That's what I think it meant. You tell me what you think it meant. She's going to try and make the jury think that Maya meant to say, oh, my whole life is a lie. I'm faking this illness. My mother is making me fake this illness. I don't want it. Let's read the note out loud, because she's not allowed to read the note out loud. This is 10/7/2020. Upon admission, that was the day she was admitted, I believe. Patient behavior. Crying other. Patient stated, I want my sedation. I want to eat. I feel like I'm having a heart attack. Mom replied, well, honey, if you have a heart attack, at least the doctors will treat you. If Beata did say that, she's probably trying to make her laugh, because clearly they didn't want to treat her in the way, at least that Beata wanted her to be treated, because Beata was well versed in this condition. And that was at 17. Okay, so that was the second note. At 17 o'clock, 5 p.m., patient behavior, anxious. Other patient states that she's hungry. I want a donut. I want my sedation. I'm tired of all these lives. All right, I'm going to read that again. I want a donut. I want my sedation. I'm tired of all these lies. My life is a lie. My life is a lie. Because nobody believes me and everybody is trying to tell me that I'm a liar. I can't even trust my own body. I can't trust my own pain. My life is a lie because you don't even believe me. And you're in a children's hospital, and you're a pediatrician, and you're a nurse in the pediatric ICU of a children's hospital, and you don't believe me either. If she said that.
I think this was like soon after she was admitted. I didn't have any background. I didn't really know that much about Maya. I certainly didn't know anything along, like now that I look back on this, but that struck me as very, very unusual. It was like a cry for help. I don't know. So I put it in there. And as soon as it looked like she was about to answer me, and I remember distinctly, she paused when I asked her, Ryan, what do you mean by that? She paused, and then she looked like she was about to answer. And then Mrs. Kowalski came in the room back from the meeting with the doctors. And then that was the end of it. And this was the first day. This was right after she was admitted to the ICU. And I thought it was unusual for a 10-year-old to say, I'm tired of all these lies. My life is a lie.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean that this was the end of it? I think you just told the jury that when Ms. Kowalski came back in.
Well, that was the end. Maya became withdrawn again and kind of shut down. And I went back and did the rest of my work and checking on meds or whatever. But that was the end of it. That was the end of the conversation. She said that. I asked her to explain more. It looked like she was about to, and then her mom came back.
I mean, she has to keep repeating herself that her mom came back in the room, and because she was lying, in my opinion, because I am the great nurse, in my opinion, it meant that because her mother walked in the room, she wanted to stop talking, because she's here, she's 10 years old, and she wants to confide in me, who just met her 3 minutes ago. And she keeps repeating herself. As soon as the mother came in, that's when she stopped talking. And I remember this very, very clearly, even though it was 7 years ago. And I've taken care of hundreds of patients, thousands of patients. Since then, this I remember very, very clearly. I don't think the jury's going to buy it, but let me know what you think.
In your almost 20 years of nursing experience now, have you ever had a child tell you that their life was a lie?
Never.
So
Were you concerned by that statement?
Yes, I was very concerned. I mean, I don't know anybody, any kid, any child that would say such a thing. And she said that, exactly that. And that did strike me as what, like, why would you say that? What does that mean? That meant something. And I could see she said it.
Going back to your entry here about Maya requesting sedation, do you recall the tone of her voice when she was asking for sedation?
Maya was agitated. She was angry. She was yelling. She would say, I want my effing sedation.
I want my effing sedation.
She was upset. She was agitated.
In your years of nursing experience, have you ever had a 10-year-old ask you for sedation?
I've never had any child ask me for sedation to say, I want to be sedated.
Now moving forward,
Isn't that a Ramones song?
after you were the bedside PICU nurse on October 7th,
Right? The Ramones, I want to be sedated. Anybody? Bueller?
am I correct? You were the charge nurse on the PICU for a series of days after October 7th?
Yes,
And you were charge nurse for a few days while Maya Kowalski was in the PICU, is that correct?
correct.
Can you please describe for the jury some of the recollections you have serving as a charge nurse during those days while Maya was in the PICU?
Objection calls for narrative answer.
Sustained.
Wow, that's a great point, Oblivious Benson. To be clear, when Maya says my life is a lie, she's telling the truth. But when she says I'm in pain, Maya is lying. Got it. Whatever. Oh, I hope Greg Anderson is watching tonight. Like I'm sure he is, right? But that would be a great thing to say in closing.
During the period of time that you were a charge nurse on the PICU, did you have any interactions with Maya Kowalski or her parents?
Yes.
Okay, can you please tell the jury what you recall about those?
Objection again. Narrative.
Overall big time.
You can answer.
Can you repeat that last part?
So during the period of time that you were a charge nurse in October in the PICU, can you please describe some of your interactions with Maya and her parents?
I was in one of the care conferences.
And let me stop you there. I'll represent you. There was a care conference on October 11 of 2016. Does that sound about right to you?
Yes.
Okay. And why don't you explain for the jury what a family care conference is?
A family care conference is when you get the different teams together, and sometimes there's discharge planning. You get the different teams. Sometimes if it's a child with lung issues, then the pulmonologist would be there. The charge nurse is there. The physicians are there. The parents are there. And that's a care conference. This is where you get everybody together all on the same page at the same time and figure out a plan of care.
And what do you recall about that meeting?
I remember it was in the morning. I was charge nurse that day. I was there. It is observational. It was the physicians were there with Mr. and Mrs. Kowalski. And I remember that the ICU team were talking with the parents about the plan of care, what they were going to do with Maya's care. And I know that they were working towards trying to get Maya into some type of a stable medication or stable regimen where she wasn't on a lot of these ICU meds. Some of these meds are dangerous meds, and to try to wean her off those meds and get her into some other type of like a therapy, cognitive therapy, maybe just some physical therapy, occupational therapy, and try to get her stabilized on that and take her down from a lot of these ICU meds that were like ramping up.
And what do you recall about Mr. Kowalski and his position about what the doctors were requesting and recommending during that care conference?
Mr. Kowalski and Mrs. Kowalski were sitting kind of on this corner. I was right here. And he said to her, he's like, I think this makes a lot of sense. I think we should do it. I think it's reasonable. Why don't we give it a try? Well, it's what they're saying. It's okay. We should just try it and just see it. They seem like it seems like it's a reasonable plan.
Narrative answer. Objection, motion to strike.
She remembers it so vividly. She was sitting on this corner. He was sitting on this corner. This is 7 years ago, guys. She's seen thousands of patients since then. She remembers this very, very clearly.
During this conversation, the care plan conference, what do you recall Ms. Kowalski saying in response to Mr. Kowalski's request to stay at the hospital?
Say that again?
At this care conference we've been discussing, what do you recall about what Beata Kowalski was saying in response to Mr. Kowalski's suggestion that we listen to what the doctors at All Children's wanted to do?
Objection.
Mrs. Kowalski did not want to entertain any other plan other than continuing with the ketamine and the propofol and the ICU drugs.
Did it appear to you as though Mr. Kowalski wanted to have Maya Kowalski stay at Johns Hopkins?
Yes.
And at the end of the care conference, do you recall if the Kowalskis agreed to stay or not?
I believe they did. That would, you'd have to check on with the physicians to find out the final, but I believe that, yeah, they stayed. They chose to stay.
Do you recall during this family care conference on October 11 of 2016, any threats to the Kowalskis that they would be arrested if they didn't stay at All Children's Hospital?
No.
Have you ever, in 20 years of nursing, heard any hospital staff member threaten a parent with arrest if they wanted to leave against medical advice?
Objection, foundation, predicate, and
Sustained hearsay and following on board.
Good. They put on that white noise machine, so now they're going to argue about this for a little while. But yeah, remember, one of the conditions of them transferring Maya to another hospital was that the diagnosis of Munchausen by proxy was going to be on her hospital record. It was going to be on her discharge papers. And the ramifications of that would be that perhaps her insurance company never would have paid for her CRPS treatment again in her life. And Beata knew that. Unlike most parents might say, oh, I want her transferred to Nemours or whatever. They wanted to transfer her to Nemours to put her in a psych ward. Beata was smart enough to know that with that discharge diagnosis, it would stay with Maya for the rest of her life. That's why they didn't consent to a transfer. Keep that in mind.
Was there ever a time that you saw Mrs. Beata Kowalski request the anesthetic propofol?
Yes.
What is propofol?
Propofol is it's a sedation agent. It's used usually for procedures. It gives it's a deep sedation, and it's used in ICUs. It's used in ORs. We'll use it. Not really. Sometimes in an ICU for procedures, for doing a procedure at the bedside, a significant procedure.
And what do you recall about this incident where Mrs. Kowalski was requesting propofol?
I don't remember all the specifics. I know that she wanted propofol. I don't know why. It's usually a sedating agent, and I remember thinking it's for sedation. And I don't know why Maya would be sedated, but she kept insisting she wanted propofol, and I thought that was unusual to have for propofol in that situation.
Were there ever times that you recalled Mrs. Beata Kowalski requesting sedative drugs around the time that Maya was about to go to sleep?
Yes.
Did that strike you as unusual?
Yes, and there was a couple.
objection, foundation, predicate, knowledge.
You may answer.
So there was a couple times when Mrs. Kowalski wanted me to give Maya some pain medicine, and one time she said to me, she's like, one time Maya was almost asleep. Her eyes were drifting off. She was resting comfortably, and Mrs. Kowalski went to Maya and to wake her up and said, Maya, are you in pain? And I thought, oh, you don't wake her up. She's sleeping. And that was one time that she did it. Another time she was saying, she's in pain. She's in pain. You need to give her pain medicine. And normally, I will work with the parents 100%. I've been in ICU for a long time, pediatric ICU for a long time. And I work with the parents if they think that. But this time, this was different. She was saying, she's in pain. She's in pain. And I really didn't want to get involved. I didn't want to answer because I just thought she was not in pain. And then Mrs. Kowalski said to me, don't you see she's in pain? And then I thought, okay, she actually asked me then. And then I looked at Maya. Maya was completely calm. She was quiet. She was laying in bed comfortably. Then I looked up at the monitor and I see she has the low resting heart rate. She had a low respiratory rate. And I said, no, I don't see she's in pain. And that was unusual for me because, like I said, I don't want to be stingy. I treat pain very seriously. I especially treat children's pain very seriously. But it was obvious that Maya was comfortable, and I could tell not only was she resting, but you can see on the monitor her heart rate and her respiratory rate were low. And if I give her pain medicine, that can bring her respiratory rate down too low. And yeah, that struck me as very, very odd. I was nervous to even go ahead and do that, because if somebody's really in pain and their heart rate comes down from 150 to 120, that's okay. But if the heart rate is 70, 80, and now I'm bringing that heart rate down because of the pain medicine or the respiratory rate, now we're in trouble. So yeah, that kind of stuff was happening. And then, yeah, that was distinctive to me. That stuck out.
Nurse Klink, from your vantage point as a PICU nurse, were you concerned for Maya's care and well-being when she came into the hospital on October 7th?
Of course.
Your witness.
That's it. He stopped. All right.
Wow,
Ready
with
to
all the
cross?
experience, you must have been really good at charting everything that was important.
Oh, sorry, I overtalked him. I got to
I chart what
rewind that a little bit, because he says snarkily, with all your experience.
Wow, with all that experience, you must have been really good at charting everything that was important, right?
I chart what I can get in there. Yes.
And what's important, right?
Mhm.
Really, if something astonishing happens, you're going to put it in there, right?
Nurses chart as much as they can get, as much as they can chart, as long as they're doing their patient care as well.
Well, why is it that, and I can approach and show the witness, from all of your charting here over a few days, most of what you said about all the words and all the actions is never charted? Why is that?
Well, first of all, we do chart all the vital signs. We chart the meds. We chart what goes in the patient. We chart what comes out of the patient. Those are things that we for sure, we chart, we get in there from the medical point of view. The other stuff, if we can get some time to put the things that some of them are glaring. The incident with Dr. Teppa, where she called her that name and she said the whole words, the whole thing. I only gave the initials, but she said everything. The reason I didn't chart that is because most of our charting that we do for that is a communication tool in the hospital. Like I wanted, if we chart that the patient got out of bed, because when physical therapy comes, they will look at the child's chart and says, oh, okay, the kid was out of bed today. So something like that is what I would convey to the ICU team, specifically to the attending that's there. And Dr. Teppa was in the room. So this was during rounds. Everybody was there. Anybody that needed to know about what that kind of those expletives, anyone was already there. There would be no reason for me to chart it.
No reason for her to chart a 10-year-old kid dropping the F-bomb several times. Nurses in the chat, I see you. Doctors in the chat. Would you usually chart something like that if it was so unusual, if the patient was combative and belligerent and using curse words and demanding propofol? Wouldn't that go in the chart? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but she didn't think it was important enough to chart. She just remembers it. She just remembers it.
If I thought that I was going to be here where I am now, yeah, maybe I would have charted it. But Dr. Teppa knew. They all.
But it wouldn't have mattered that you charted it because you remembered it anyway, right? So you remember it now. So if you knew you were going to be here, you would have put it in the chart, but you never thought you were going to be sued. So you didn't put it in the chart. And everyone who needed to know that the 10-year-old was dropping F-bombs and cursing and demanding propofol was in the room. So it didn't need to go in the chart because you were never going to have a shift change. Come on, lady. Come on.
We all knew. I'm not going to. It's more, that kind of stuff is for the purposes of communication in the hospital. I didn't think I'd be here.
Didn't think I'd be here.
Anything else?
Not a witness stand.
On your explanation? Sure.
Yeah, I chart what I can chart. I mean, there's 12 and a half hours that we are there in the bedside. We are running. We're monitoring the patient. These kids are critically ill. We don't chart
Very defensive.
everything that's a communication that comes out like that. And like I said, the thing with Dr. Teppa, yeah, maybe I should have, in retrospect, if I knew I was going to be here, but at the time, anyone who needed to know was there.
Aren't you allowed to have either your phone or a cell phone from the floor on you as you make your rounds?
I believe we are, or we were.
Why is it, after 12 hours of all of this, there isn't a single photo or video or surveillance or anything else that confirms what you're saying?
Well, there's no cameras in the room. This happened in the patient's room, right? They don't have, unless they need to put it up for a specific reason, but there's cameras in the halls. And we're not allowed, I don't take pictures of any patients. We're not
She's self-snitching. You're right, Susan Hale.
allowed to take pictures of the patients. I don't videotape the patients.
Mm,
I don't do that.
other people do that.
I
That's
see.
it.
So you nurses are not allowed to take pictures of the patients, right?
Oh,
Isn't that what you just testified to?
Yeah.
but you know.
So I guess taking her into a room and stripping her down to her bra and her shorts and taking about 8 to 10 pictures of her, that would not be appropriate, would it?
Objection form, overall form, foundation. You can answer.
There are times when there are pictures taken. Absolutely. They are taken for purposes, for medical purposes, 100%. And that's undeniable. But for me to just do it on my phone, to take a picture of the patient, I don't have any reason to do that. If it was a medical reason that somebody needed to do that, that does happen. That I know happens. People do that. I know different entities will do that. But as the nurses, no, I don't take a picture of a patient on my phone. Maybe unless somebody else has a reason to do that, possibly, but I don't.
Right, because if somebody else already testified that they did take a picture on their phone, I don't want to throw them under the bus. So wait, let me walk it back.
And for myself, what other people do is you'd have to ask them.
Anybody, anything else?
No.
You'd like to add? Okay. So if somebody were, say, to take a child and put them in a room and videotape them without their parents' consent or their consent, that would also be something that would be against your policies. Agreed?
I disagree.
So it's okay to videotape children without the parents' consent or anyone's consent but you, correct?
That's not what I said.
Well, if it's not the parents' consent and it's not consent from another authoritative source, that leaves you, right? So-
Argument sustained.
So do you or do you not have the authority to do what I just described? Take a child into a room under false pretenses of an EEG and put her in that room, video her without her knowledge. Oh, put a commode just out of reach to see if you can tempt her to get over there. So who gives the authority to do something like that?
Objection, argumentative, compound, foundation, sustained.
Yes, we did see video.
Are you, do you work with Kathy Beatty at all, ever?
I did in the past.
Not anymore,
Correct.
not since she left, right?
Correct.
And before that though, was she a PICU social worker?
Yes.
Were you a PICU nurse?
Yes.
So you saw her about every day, right?
He's talking about Kathy Beatty. I don't know if you catched it. If you caught it. He said Kathy Beatty, but we're on a little bit high speed, so you might not have heard what he said.
No.
How often?
Maybe once a week, once every 2 weeks. And if she had a patient that involved me, we had the same patient at the same time, then I would. But if I had a patient that Kathy Beatty wasn't working with, then
Okay. So with as stunning as all of this is, I mean, with a 10-year-old Kowalski throwing around words like this, you would have mentioned that to Kathy Beatty, right?
Objection, argumentative, overruled.
You can answer.
no, not necessarily.
Well, wasn't she assigned to Maya
Come
and to
on.
move between floors with Maya?
I I'm not sure what happened on the floor. I don't know if she was assigned on the floor. I don't have no knowledge of what happens on the floor. I don't know. I didn't recall. I don't recall telling her that. I don't recall. You mean when Maya was swearing?
Yeah, any of that stuff.
I don't recall telling Kathy. I don't know why I would tell Kathy. I would tell Kathy if there was a need for maybe some social services.
She just
But
lost all
not to go around-
credibility. All
No,
credibility.
I didn't see her. I don't remember seeing her to do it. Maybe if something came up in conversation, but I don't recall telling Kathy Beebe. And like I said, the people, the people that were there knew, and that was kind of it. I didn't start telling everybody.
How many nurses and social workers worked in that PICU at that time? We're talking about the fall of 2016.
Oh, I don't know, probably 40 nurses.
And there are nursing stations at different points, or just one nursing station?
There's different points. We're spread out.
Okay, on the floor, right?
Mhm.
And so you're telling the jury, after all of this astonishing behavior, it did not spread to every single nurse and social worker on that floor?
Not only do I say not, I'm not surprised that it did not. It should not have spread to everybody on the floor.
Okay. So you don't think anybody else on the floor heard about it?
I didn't say that. You said everyone on the floor. No, I don't. The ICU is like a dumbbell. There's an area here, and then there's an area here, and then there's like a long hallway.
Dumbbell.
This side doesn't really communicate. This is the east side, this is the west side, and then there's a few rooms down in the middle. No, we don't communicate. So the half of the unit is not going to hear what's going on in this unit, on this side. And no, there's a lot going on. People have a lot of their patients. They have these sick patients. Some kids are I mean, very sick. It's hard to explain unless you're there. I mean, some kids are on ventilators. Some kids are dying. Some kids are close to that. And yeah, maybe people over here would have heard it, but it doesn't mean that everybody there. No, and as a matter of fact, it's something that should not happen, that everybody goes and starts telling everybody what's going on in another patient's room. That's really frowned on, and we don't.
What about sending text messages to each other about my prediction came true? Ketamine girl's mom committed suicide. I told you this was going to happen. And then the other doctor texting back to that doctor, oh, wow, I feel really bad, but I think we did the right thing. Hopefully now she can have a better life. What about that? Is that appropriate, nurse? Would that be appropriate? Because that testimony's in evidence. We saw the text messages.
We try not to do that.
Who did know? Say after your care conference.
I don't know. I think the people who knew in the room knew. There was a few of us. There was like the residents were there. I was there. I know there was the dietitian, because after she said that, we looked at each other in shock. The whole room just went still. And
That wasn't
then
worth charting.
we moved on. It's an ICU. We moved on. And no, I don't think people told other people, a whole bunch of people, but everybody knew in that group. And Dr. Tepper heard it.
But no one out of that charted this afterwards. Okay, Dr. Tepper said something, but out of all those residents and everyone else in that room, no one else charted this in over 1,500 pages of medical records. Do you know why?
Yes.
Tell me why.
Because everybody, it's a need to know basis. ICUs with hospital, it's from our point of view, it's a need to know basis. If they didn't need to know, it didn't need to go in there. The doctor knew, I knew, the charge nurse, when I was charged that day, it didn't need to be told throughout the hospital and in the record.
Need to know basis. She said that 3 times. I would totally use it against her. I hope he does. I haven't seen all of this, so I'm hoping he does. Hoping he now asks her, what was that on a need to know basis? Was that on a need to know basis? I would spit that right back at her. Did you see how she just sort of like smirked and like was like,
Need to know basis. If they didn't need to know, it didn't need to go in there. The doctor knew, I knew, the charge nurse, when I was charged that day, it didn't need to be told throughout the hospital and in the record. It's not something we would put in there. The things that we put in there, like I said, is more for communication back and forth, if the child ate this or whatever. And especially like in the beginning as well. Nobody knew that we would be here. And she most certainly said that. I mean, 100% she said that. But I wouldn't necessarily chart it. Not necessarily. There's no need for me to put that in there.
Nobody knew that we would be here. So isn't it possible, Nurse Klink, that maybe you are recollecting what another patient said in the 7 years since Maya was seen in your PICU that you took care of her for maybe 24, 48 hours? Because when she moved out of the PICU, she wasn't her nurse anymore. Huh.
Hindsight's 2020, and we look back and say, okay, now we're here. But at the time, no, it was not something that would go in a chart.
Well, did you all tell risk management this, or was risk management already involved?
I don't know that. You would have to ask risk management. I don't know when risk management was called. I didn't call risk management.
Yeah, risk management basically only has meetings quarterly, and the risk management committee guy only read about this case in 2023 in USA Today. So if you haven't seen that testimony, don't do it now. But after we're done here, if you just can't stop watching, go back and watch my last stream where the risk manager, we did Maya's testimony and the risk management committee chair of pediatrics testimony in one stream, and his testimony is riveting.
Were you there when Esteban Sanchez called risk management?
I was not.
Did you talk to risk management at any point?
I don't believe so. I don't recall. I don't recall talking to risk management.
All right. So Ms. Winton came down, you never talked to her,
When who?
isn't it? Yeah, Ms. Winton.
I don't recall that.
Somehow though, risk management found out. Did it come to your attention? All right. Well, you charted on numerous occasions that Maya was a 10 out of 10 on pain. Did you not?
I would have to see the charting and see what that was.
Good. Show it to her. Show it to her. Yes, this is true. Dr. Tepa Sanchez said she was offended by the foul language, and then he showed her some text messages that she wrote using
Do you
it.
remember any of the do you remember any of the scores you gave for that?
Not offhand. I'd have to see it.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to find the actual number, but you did okay. You did charge grimace, frown, withdrawn. That rings a bell. You did chart frequent chin quiver, clenched jaw, grimaces.
Your own object, we would appreciate it. We can see what's
What are you objecting to? It's in the record. She said she doesn't recall.
I certainly will show it to her.
I do remember when I was doing the nursing admission, the admission assessment, and Mrs. Kowalski was at my side. And when we got to this part with the pain, Mrs. Kowalski is the one who told me, yes, that, and I remember that distinctly. So I don't know. So she told me when I first came in, like we asked all the, the parents, but this time Mrs. Kowalski was next to me. Usually the parents are like on the couch or something, but, and I'll ask the parent, how does the child convey pain? Some kids will, bite on their blankie or whatever. So we ask the parents so that we know what to look for. And that's where that originated. So Mrs. Kowalski told me when she first came in, we were checking which boxes to check.
Do I?
Which one?
10-year-old doesn't bite on her blankie.
Now, you've got, I believe you've testified to about all of those. Is it your testimony now that Beata Kowalski told you to put all those down?
And Mrs. Kowalski told me when she first came in, when I asked, how does Maya exhibit pain? And she went through each one and said, yes, this one, this one, this one, this one. And so then I continued on that that's how she exhibits pain. Yeah, I didn't see her frequent chin quiver. But I know Mrs. Kowalski's like, yes, that's affirm this. And so I did. I mean, I didn't say punch jaw. She told me that that's how Maya has those things.
All right. So now you charted out, and if we can pull it up, 1001-1056, the nasogastric tube.
Here we go.
Got it up. What's a nasogastric tube?
It's a feeding tube that goes into the nasogastric, so nasal is the nose, goes into the nose, and then it drops down into the stomach, and then they're fed formula through that.
Okay. So then what may have happened then is that when Mrs. Kowalski walked in, she was a nurse, right?
Correct.
You're a nurse, right?
Right.
Mrs. Kowalski was very dominant about what was best for her child, right?
Objection calls for speculation. Overruled.
Repeat that?
Mrs. Kowalski was very dominant about what she wanted for her child, right?
What she wanted for her child, yes.
And she told you what she wanted for her child, right?
Mhm.
She told you, a nurse, what she wanted for her child, right?
Yes.
But you didn't always agree, did you?
When Maya first came in.
I'm just asking you whether you agreed or didn't agree, ma'am.
Did I agree what, did I, ask me the question again?
All right. At times, you disagreed with what Ms. Kowalski wanted to do, did you not?
Yes,
But she still insisted, right?
yes,
And this was on the PICU floor?
yes.
During the care conference, was Ms. Bagby there?
Who?
Nina Bagby?
I don't know who that is.
Do you recall the security people outside the door during your care conference?
I don't recall security outside the.
You don't recall two security guys standing on either side of the door during that care conference?
Well, I was inside, so if they came after I was inside, I don't know. I don't recall seeing that. No one told me it was security out there.
Actually, what happened was that Maya Kowalski was in extreme pain when she came in, wasn't she?
Thank you, Nurse Jones.
Mrs. Kowalski said that Maya was in extreme pain.
It was
Yes, but you're asking me if I thought Maya was in extreme pain. There were times when Maya's heart rate was so low, she was resting, she's half asleep, and the mother was yelling, actually in my face one time, saying she's in pain, she's in pain.
Right.
And no, I did not think she was in pain. She was quiet, she was half asleep, and her vital signs that were showing on the monitor. So Mrs. Kowalski may have believed, I don't know what she believed, but she said her Maya is in pain. And then she asked me, and she says, "Don't you see she's in pain?" And I said to Mrs. Kowalski, "No, I don't."
1001
Ma'am, can you just answer the question that's asked?
Yeah, just answer the question and fix your microphone because we can't hear you.
Dash 2326, please. Who's Elizabeth Sumner?
She was an ICU nurse.
Experienced nurse or not?
She was a charge nurse at the time, so yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, you see her ranking it at 10 on the pain scale?
Yes,
And then you go down a little bit more, and there's another 10 on the next entry. One says like apparently she was asleep, but on the under over awake and alert it says 10. See that? And then we go down to Elizabeth Sumner, a 10. Do you see that?
yes,
Do you see under Kelly Thatcher a 10? You see that?
yes,
You see then under Kelly Thatcher an 8.
yes,
And I apologize. I said you were in the 10s too, but yours was a 7 and then a 6, right?
yes.
And then a 7 and a 6, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So apparently she got in more pain during the time because Sumner and Thatcher were on the 8th the next day, right?
Yes,
So would you agree with me that many people felt Maya came in with a 10 on a 1 to 10 scale in pain? One 001-2450. Maya was also, when she came in, inconsolable, was she not?
Mhm. I wouldn't say she was. Maya was yelling.
I wouldn't say she was inconsolable. I can't say that. I
Doesn't it
can't
say
agree with anything that you say,
inconsolable?
Mr. Anderson.
Well, those are the options they give us.
I see. And then I believe you gave Maya, or excuse me, not you necessarily, but the care team there gave Maya a number of different medications, right?
Yeah.
And those medications included not only the ketamine, but you also gave her tramadol. Is that right? And then, where's the meds page? I'm sorry. If I can find it, I'll show it. He'll find it. All right. In the interim, let's pull up 2045-024. Well, hold on for that. What actually happened was Maya received some medications, right? Then it tried to snake a nasogastric tube down her nose, right?
I don't recall that.
Yeah. And once you tried to snake a tube down her nose, she rebelled, right?
Objection to the extent counsel is testifying and not showing the witness the records.
I don't recall that.
You don't recall having to put somebody else having to help you hold her down while you snaked the tube down her nose? None of that comes back?
No, we do those a lot. I don't recall that. I don't.
And in
Selective
fact,
memory.
once people started to grab her and put something down her nose, she really went wild, didn't she?
I don't recall a feeding tube and putting a feeding tube in there.
She went wild because you were hurting her, correct?
I don't recall putting a feeding tube in mine.
Okay. Well, 1001-1056. No, that's not it. It's a it's 1001-2722. I apologize.
I'll object that that has nothing to do with this witness.
No. Can you find that too? It's on the narrative on the top. Now putting the tube down her nose. Did somebody else do that?
I don't know.
What actually happened here was that Beata Kowalski challenged you, right?
Objection argument.
Oh, sorry. We're back. Okay. Please take a look on your screen. Does it say nasogastric tube?
Yes.
Objection again. This document has nothing to do with this witness.
Can we just go with legal objections?
Objection foundation.
And what's the time?
That's her name right there. You can continue, Mr. Anderson.
Well, it says I reviewed it.
Okay, so you stepped out while they were putting the tube down her nose?
I don't recall doing that. I don't know where the documentation is, who put it in. I mean, if I put it in, possibly, but I'd have to see the documentation because this just says I electronically signed it.
Well, how'd your name get on there?
Because the order came through, but it might not have been done. If the order came through at 13,
I'm not a body language specialist, but look at the arm crossing. In addition to all the other things you've pointed out in the chat.
put the order in at 13:04. At 13:19, I saw the order and signed it. But that doesn't mean that the tube went in at that time. That means, okay, yeah, I see that there's an order. I don't know when the tube went in. I don't remember doing it. I put hundreds of tubes in, but I don't know if I did that or not. I know I signed it, but that's it.
Anything else? All right. So once you or someone, while you stepped out momentarily, put the tube down her nose or tried to, and held her down to do it, Maya went wild. So when you came back in, you saw her flailing and screaming, right?
Objection.
Is that true or false?
Foundation.
I don't recall that.
Okay. And then after that, there were some cursing in the room, but it wasn't Maya, was it? It was other people in the room trying to hold her down, wasn't it?
I don't recall any of that.
And after that, were you the one that started kind of the narrative that Beata was nuts?
No.
Weren't you and Kathy Beatty telling everyone on that floor, watch out for this mom, watch out for the kid? They're a little crazy.
No.
Start time. You're ready.
Nurse Klink, you remember some questions about pain scores that were entered in the chart?
Yes.
If somebody puts a 10 down on a pain chart, is that something that the patient reports to the nurse?
No.
Okay. So,
Well, if you ask, it depends. If you ask the patient, you know, and you could ask the patient on a scale of 1 to 10, and then they can tell you that it's a 10. It depends if it's a small child, then you use different methods. Maya would know a scale of 1 to 10, so it's possible, most likely, that at her age she was asked on a scale of 1 to 10.
and I think you made it clear, but you don't have any recollection of placing a nasogastric tube down Maya Kowalski's nose.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Jury?
Oh, yes. Jury has questions.
So, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation. Receive no information.
Okay. What does this take? Let's see. What do you think so far, guys? Think this is a good witness for the defense?
Case, is that correct? And no one approached you about it. I just want to prove to you we're doing this outside the presence of the witness. I think there's several questions from the jury. Have you ever worked with CRPS?
No.
Do you know how to work with CRPS patients?
I can't just answer that in a yes or no.
Yes or no question.
Explain what the best of your ability.
As a bedside nurse, as a bedside RN, our job is to follow the physician orders, and we treat as per order. So I don't go out of my scope of practice and do anything differently. I see what the vital signs are. I administer the medications. I take care of the things like her skin and things like that. I don't have a special, you treat them this way or that way. My job is to treat the patient as per physician orders.
Was Maya in any pain when she was cussing?
Maya did not say she was in pain. She would get very angry. She would get agitated. And I know kids can get that way if they're in pain. However, Maya was 10, and she was 10-year-olds would tell us if they're in pain or if something hurts them. Even if I ask Maya, or if you, it's like the pain scale, you can ask her, Maya, what's your 10, pain, are you in a pain of a 10? She would say, she can say I'm a 10 because she's 10 years old, but she never actually said, and I remember, she never said, this hurts, I'm hurting, this hurts me, my arm hurts, my leg hurts. She didn't say that. And that's what I thought was so unusual, because a 10-year-old would tell you, younger kids would say, my leg hurts, my head hurts. But Maya never told me I'm in pain.
Everything hurt, lady.
Did Maya calm down?
Her whole entire body hurt. Everything hurt. It wasn't just in her leg. It wasn't just in her arm. CRPS patients in the chat. Am I right? She had full body CRPS. Everything hurt. Thank you.
Down after she got her meds?
Yes, Maya would calm down after she got her meds. I remember she would go up and down a lot. Those meds are heavy duty. Those meds were strong meds. Anybody who is on propofol.
Okay, wait, listen up. Buckle up, buttercups. Buckle up. Ready? She's going to sneak this in.
Ketamine is going to be pretty much knocked out. Anybody who is, those meds are heavy duty. Those meds were strong meds. Anybody who is on propofol or ketamine is going to be pretty much knocked out. So yeah, I mean, she would respond to pain meds.
Okay. As a nurse with 20 years experience, did you follow up with anyone if you had such a conviction that meant something quote, "My life is lies," end quote?
I think at that time I had moved from there. The physicians had known that because we had talked about that. Maya would shut down. I didn't have her again after that. It was hard to talk to Maya would kind of open up when she wanted to open up. I didn't ask her again. Things had started to become very difficult in the ICU. It became difficult. I didn't follow up, but I was hoping because she was still there and they knew that the rest of the team would take over, but I wasn't her bedside nurse. And the ICU started to escalate in tension and stress, and it was no way to go back and to do that. And I just couldn't.
The statement, "My life is lies," did you report that to a doctor to follow up on, or did you follow up at a later time?
I discussed that with the doctors. I think things were starting to, like I said, things were starting to escalate. Tension was starting to go up. They knew. And my job as a nurse is to report. That's what RNs do. We don't step out of that scope, but I did report. They knew, and everybody, I think that they started to see, well, yeah, couldn't move her legs, but she was all over the bed. So I think the pieces were starting to come together.
The pieces were starting to come together that she was a liar. She was moving all over the bed, but what'd she say? She couldn't move her legs. Hang on. I'm paralyzed.
That's what RNs do. We don't step out of that scope, but I did report. They knew, and everybody, I think that they started to see, well, yeah, couldn't move her legs, but she was all over the bed. So I think the pieces were starting to come together.
Yeah.
But my job was to tell them that she said that, and I put it in the chart to make sure that it's in writing that the team knows, and they were notified, and then they take over from there. As a nurse, I mean, that's not out of my scope, and I have to stay in my scope of practice, and the doctors take over from there, from my reporting, and that's pretty much what nurses do. We are at the bedside the whole time, and we report changes because the doctors are in different places. We're assigned there, and we report things and then hand it off. But yeah, I mean, I wish she had finished that. That was shocking when she said that, and I wish I had the opportunity to do it, but there is nowhere for me to go from that, unfortunately.
Prior to working with Maya, how many children had you cared for with children with CRPS?
I don't know of any of them that had CRPS that would come into an ICU. I worked in ICUs, and so I don't know that they would probably be somewhere in outpatient or.
Right, because CRPS isn't.
But I worked with kids that
severe
had
enough.
pain, and that was my job, is to treat pain. So they could have neuropathy from chemo, they can be in car accidents and have trauma. So my job was to deal with the pain and not the diagnosis. They can have whatever diagnosis, but I'm there to take care of them holistically with their pain, whether or not they have leukemia, a car accident, or CRPS. If they have pain, then I'm there to help them with that.
CRPS is the number one most painful disease known to medicine. Number one. It is also often called, its nickname is the, quote, S disease, unaliving disease, the S disease. That is the nickname for CRPS. She talks a lot about cancer patients who need pain meds and car accident patients who need pain meds, because I believe their pain. But I just said I know nothing about CRPS, and yet I know that she has CRPS, but I don't believe she's really in pain. Keep digging.
In response to the term inconsolable, when you say these are various options, do you have the option to free text?
Great question.
Yes, I do have the option to free text. At the time, that was the first day that she came in, and there was so much going on in the beginning with the medications and the yelling, and the tension was rising. I didn't go back and free text. That would have been a good idea if I did. In hindsight, yeah, I should have free text. But those were the options, and there was just so much coming at me that day. I couldn't go back and start changing things because ICUs are stressful. they're intense. That's why they're intensive care units. There's alarms, there's all kinds of things going off, and
Stressful.
we're used to that. This was way above and beyond in the level of stress and the yelling, the swearing. I should have free texted and said what I meant. I didn't, but there was just so much coming at me. It was hard to even stay afloat.
Do you remember the position of Maya's feet on admission?
No,
How many residents were in the PICU on that night?
then that night I was working on the day shift. There would have been one resident that would have been assigned to her. I don't know which night they're referring to, but I worked on the day shift. And when there were the residents in the room, when that incident happened where she cursed at Dr. Tapa, that's when there were multiple residents. There was probably 2 or 3 residents.
During your 12-hour shift, how much is rotation? How much is spent documenting?
We spend a lot of time documenting. The amount of documenting that we do on an admission, I mean, we are
Okay, now she's going to start complaining about how hard her job is. So just keep in mind, I don't think she likes her job. It is so hard for her to document all of this stuff. And it's so stressful, the ICU. And maybe she needs to go to maybe she needs to work in a doctor's office. I don't know.
clicking through pages and pages and pages. It is a lot. And you just try to stay ahead of it. Meanwhile, you're getting orders that are coming in and they're changing. The orders are going up, they're going down, do this, you're doing that. So we spent in the beginning, there could be several, I would say 2 hours on an admission of just doing the whole admission profile. There's a lot of questions. Do you have a dog? Who lives with you? I mean, there's just so many. And I think that's where I got tripped up by not maybe going in and doing some more documentation, because I'm responsible for all just the basic stuff that comes in. And there's pages and pages and pages. And then I have to take care of the patient.
Mm.
So after the patient gets settled in, like that next night, that next day, it gets a little easier because all that intake stuff is very intensive to complete.
Bingo right there. True crime.
Have
True
you ever
crime.
had
fangirl.
other kids in extreme pain use curse words?
Ooh, she's thinking about this hard. 20 years you've been a nurse at a children's hospital.
Maybe it's not really not that much really. I think not that often. If they're in pain and I see that it's matching up with the monitor and I could see that there's pain issues, I could see their heart rate is up, their respiratory rate is up. Like I said, I'm very serious about the child's pain. It doesn't go to the point where somebody's swearing that they want pain meds, because I see they're in pain and I act on that. That was always one of my things is making sure that they're not in pain. I'm not going to wait.
It's one of my things.
And say, oh, I'm not going to give you the meds. Wait until I'm done. I act on pain quickly. So it doesn't really happen. It doesn't really escalate it to that point.
Unless you don't believe that they're in
And to
pain.
swear, and it was more of, I wanted my effing sedation.
Hmm.
That again is as a nurse, I'm looking at it like, she didn't say she was in pain and she didn't look like so that's not, it doesn't typically happen that they swear.
You're deciding
they're
that she's not in
But it
pain.
doesn't typically happen. They get their pain meds when they say, I'm in pain.
Other kids get their pain meds when they want them because they have something that you understand, like cancer or a car accident. So in your opinion, they're in pain. And in 20 years, you never heard a kid curse. And that begs the question, nurse, if it's so unusual for a child to use foul language in your children's hospital because they're in so much pain, why is it not in the chart? Why are you sitting here remembering this, pulling it out of your memory bank from 7 years ago? I'm having a big problem with this testimony.
In your experience, do medical staff have a general sensitivity to direct opinionated parents?
Great question.
I don't know what a direct sensitivity for direct opinionated parents, but I think all of us we have all kinds of parents that come in. Direct opinionated is completely fine. You are an advocate for your child, and I'm happy about that. I think a lot of us have that kind of personality where we have a strong personality. You have to be in an ICU, and I'm not sad over it. This was not that. This was way different.
Mhm.
This was very
In your opinion.
demanding, and the curse words were like kept coming. This was different.
But it's
There's
not
many
fair.
parents are very protective of their children, and they advocate, and that's totally cool. That's great, and I'm there for that. This was not a direct opinionated. This was the ICU had become toxic, and that's a lot for an ICU nurse who had been there 16 years in ICUs. This was not like other ICU admissions.
So she's saying that Maya's admission made the ICU toxic? Is that in the chart? Because she's been there for 16 years at this point, and it was so toxic. This girl and her mom were so toxic to your ICU that you remember it so clearly, as if you dealt blackjack to the Long Island serial killer 20 years ago, but you didn't chart it.
And so, no, we don't have a problem with people who are direct.
As a nurse, would you not want to chart disruptive behavior that a patient was displaying in her chart?
I would chart disruptive behavior. It's now when we're looking back, yeah, I had Maya just in the first, all this stuff was in like the first hours of admission, half hour. I had no preconceived notions. I didn't have any background to think, oh, well, wait a minute. There's patterns that's starting to form here. This was like completely a blank slate. I didn't know about any of this. Maybe after the time would gone, I'd be like, I better put this down. When Maya said my life's a lie and I'm tired of all the lies, then I did start charting because I was like, whoa, there's something going on here that needs to be looked at. And I need to tell, and I did. And that is when it started. But in the beginning, I had no preconceived notions. I took everything at face value. And then things started to happen. And then you look and you're like, wait a minute, things are not what they seem to be. Something's going on here and it needs to be looked at.
Next question. As a rule, if it is not documented, it did not happen, ?
So in nursing school, and we are drilled on that, and that is true. But that really speaks to, did you hang this antibiotic? You can't say, oh yeah, I hung this antibiotic, but I didn't chart it. It's for the patient stuff that you do. If you didn't, like I said, give this med, if you didn't do this bath, that kind of stuff is there. If you didn't do it, it's not done because you didn't chart it. This is not the same. This is what somebody else is. We are not expected, and it's 12 and a half hours and all of this stuff is going on. I can't chart all of that. So it's not an expectation, at least it wasn't then. And it probably isn't now because it's 12 and a half hours to document what other people are saying. That's different. It's not like hanging the med. Did you give them a bath? Well, if you didn't chart, you gave them a bath, then you didn't do it. Those are different things. That's what I'm responsible as a nurse to perform those duties. That's what that is. So that part is true. Documenting what other people say, that's not in that realm of my responsibility. When Maya said my life is a lie, I'm tired of all the lies, that I thought I needed to document that because that was something above and beyond. But typically, no, we don't. And like when
Tell me in the chat people, do you think all of this getting into evidence, my life is a lie, helps the plaintiff? Because in my opinion, it kind of does. I think it helps the plaintiff. My life is a lie. Nobody believes me. You don't believe me either. I think this is going to backfire. My own personal opinion.
with Bea, no, I wouldn't put that in the chart. That's not what I did.
We heard earlier that all children's hospital staff had nicknames for their patients. Can you tell me the nickname you had for the plaintiff?
I can say absolutely that's not true. I've not heard of nicknames for patients. I've not heard of that. I did not hear any nickname for Maya at all. I don't even know. I don't know if I've ever even heard that people have nicknames for patients. At least not, I never hear that in the ICU. And I haven't heard it on any of the ICUs where I work, where people.
Guess you haven't been watching this trial on Law and Crime or Tampa 13, huh? See if she walks it back.
It's like, oh, I call him this thing. I call him this. It's usually some people say something. If there is, oh yeah, I have 554, meaning I have the kid in 554. But people don't, I've never heard people make up nicknames on patients.
No. Like Ketamine Girl?
Are you saying that either by mouth or by personal message group or by official medical records, that for 3 months, only a select few had knowledge of, quote, ketamine girl, end quote?
I don't know about what everybody else knew. I don't know. From hearing that, sometimes there's so many kids that come in, and if there's something that is very distinctive about a patient, somebody will refer and say something about just so you can remember who this person is. I don't think it's done derogatory, but you have to have some way of remembering there's 29 bed ICU. Sometimes we float to the other units. It's hard to remember, oh, this is John Smith. Of course, now we remember Maya, but that's only because of all of this that happened. Sometimes you have to come up with some way to say, yeah, this was, whatever, to designate who that patient was, but not to be derogatory. It's just, somebody's not going to remember, Susie Smith. It's hard. Some kids have, similar names.
Really?
So sometimes from
really over-explaining
hearing
that
that, I think somebody may bring that up as a way to identify that person. But no, I don't think people don't have derogatory names for that, just so that people, I think that's what that
Really?
is.
Okay, so ketamine girl's not
With
derogatory.
all these, quote, team meetings, end quote, taking place to review patient treatment plans, no nurses or doctors commented on the possible validity of CRPS diagnosis and a serious effort to investigate Maya as having CRPS and treating her for CRPS.
Well, I think, actually, I know, the ICU had the diagnosis of CRPS. I think that they went with the diagnosis of CRPS. But the thing is that you have to treat this child. So if she's in pain, you have to treat her pain. And I think that that's what they were doing. I don't think that the ICU, because I can only speak for the ICU because I was there. I don't know about the floors. But the thing was to treat the patient. The meds, those drugs that were being demanded are heavy duty drugs. Like, you don't see people.
Okay, listen up, because my opinion is she's been waiting to say this for the entire trial, and now she's going to sneak it in.
On these drugs. That's a big deal. So I think they wanted to treat her CRPS in a different way so that it's safe for Maya and start to bring the drugs down. You can't have a 10-year-old in a ketamine coma and on propofol. I mean, that's the drug that Michael Jackson died with. I mean, it's a heavy duty drug.
Michael Jackson. She's been waiting to say Michael Jackson ever since she heard the word propofol. And I can't believe she didn't sneak it in before this, but she knows that judge is just letting her ramble on Rose, right? Right, Smith? Ramble on Rose. And she had to get in the Michael Jackson dig. She had to do it. Propofol is a good nap, okay? It's not a pain med.
It's complete sedation.
I'm sure speculation and also not responsive to the question.
We'll sustain that it's not responsive to the question.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean
No,
that.
you're not sorry.
That's right.
You're not sorry.
I think that,
Jury's going to disregard the lengthy response that was not responsive to the question.
I'm sorry. I think the ICU was trying to do CRPS in a safe manner for Maya and treat her CRPS, or treat her, whether it was CRPS, but do it safely.
So she did have CRPS. She did have CRPS, or she didn't have CRPS? She had pain, or she didn't have pain? The mother had Munchausen by proxy and was making the whole thing up, but you kept her in the hospital for 87 days. You can't have it both ways. You can't use it as a shield and a sword. You can't say, well, we had to protect her because she didn't really have CRPS, and then keep her there. The whole thing is beyond. Okay, they didn't have to, if she didn't have CRPS and she wasn't in pain because she was a victim of Munchausen by proxy, why was she in the hospital for 87 days? She could have been released into foster care. Hello? Does anybody else see this? Anybody else see the problem with this? The hospital's keeping her in the hospital for 87 days because they're billing $500,000 to the insurance company for CRPS. So which is it? Rant over. Continuing on.
Any follow-up from the defense?
Just one, Nurse Klink, have you ever told anybody that Beata Kowalski was crazy?
No.
That's what you're going to focus on?
I Plaintiffs.
Can you see why your description might make some of your compatriots think that's what you meant? Now, could you see that?
No, I don't understand. No, I cannot.
No, I
You
can't
said,
see why
you
anybody would think that I
quoted,
said
my
she was
life
crazy.
is what, full of lies, or my life is a lie? What did you say?
I didn't say it. I put in a quote.
Now, you're trying to interpret that here for the jury, are you not?
I put it in a quotes for a quote, so it's a quote.
Are you aware of the fact that CRPS patients constantly have their diagnosis challenged? Do you know that as a nurse?
Objection foundation.
Overruled.
I would imagine so.
And that a 10-year-old child having a doctor, a nurse, a social worker, a doctor, a nurse at different places tell them that they don't believe her, she might actually say something like that?
I don't know what she was thinking.
Well, okay. But can you see how, from Maya's point of view, being told at another hospital, different hospitals, maybe at Johns Hopkins, that there's something wrong with her symptoms, she might in fact feel as though everyone was making out her life as a lie?
Objection, also speculation.
Sustained.
You took my argument. I
No,
love it.
I sustained it. You don't have to answer.
So now,
I would hammer that in. Hammer it down.
you saw
All right.
Maya for the first,
So-
I think you said 30 to
Frustrating
60.
that we don't need to watch the rest of this, but what we do need to watch right now is what they said about this last night on Court TV, because it's going to make you wonder whether or not we just watched the same testimony that their talking head watched. So listen to this, then we're going to go to questions and super chats, but this is only a couple of minutes. Mods, I appreciate you hanging in there. This is only 7 minutes. And I did this the other night when I did the stream on the Long Island serial killer, and they had some talking heads on Court TV from Atlanta who clearly knew nothing about the case. And what they said made me very mad because, I live here and I've only been living with that case, and the fact that it's been going on since 1996 and, blah, 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 whatever. All right. So let's, this is the one we're going to share now. Ready? Okay. You might hear another rant from me after this, unless somebody else wants to come on and rant, because this is insane.
Former nurse Johanna Klink from the Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. She told the jury about the notes that she took on Maya while she was being treated at the hospital.
Can you please put up Joint Exhibit 1001 2722? It is in evidence. And I'd like to draw your attention specifically to the note here from 1700. It's under the text note T900. It says, I want my sedation. I want to eat. I feel like I'm having a heart attack. Mom replied, well, honey, if you have a heart attack, at least the doctors will treat you. Do you see that, Nurse Klink?
Yes, I do.
And is that a note that you entered on October 7th?
Yes.
Why is it that you put that entry into Maya Kowalski's medical chart?
Well, there were a couple reasons why I put that in. First of all, she said that, and that's why I put it in quotes that way. Secondly, I thought it was unusual that she said, I want my sedation. She didn't say, I'm in pain, nurse, my arm hurts, mom, my leg hurts, my back hurts, I'm in pain, I have an owie, somebody help me because it hurts. She said, I want my sedation. And I thought that was unusual for a 10-year-old. Kids don't ask to be sedated. They ask for something because they have something hurts, they have an owie, they have something bothers them. They'll say that, but they don't ask for sedation. So that I thought was very strange. And so I put that in. And then the other thing is,
And I was going to get to the next one, Nurse Klink. There's a second note here, T901 from 5 p.m. on the 7th. It says, well, can you see it? We've got it highlighted here for you, I believe.
Yeah.
Quote, I'm tired of all these lies. My life is a lie, end quote. Clay,
Yes.
can you highlight that, please?
Read on the record. No strikes.
Let's try not to read the records.
Nurse Klink, do you see the entry here that's highlighted
Yes.
before you? Can you tell me, or describe for the jury rather, what was going on around the time that this statement that you quoted from Maya occurred?
I was alone with Maya in the room in her hospital room when this happened. She was saying that she was hungry and she wanted a donut, but she said about the sedation part, and then she said, I'm tired of all these lies. My life is a lie. That struck me very hard. I don't know how to explain it. When she said that, it sounded to me like it was a cry for help. Like there was she was desperate. She said those words to me, and I said, Maya, what do you mean by that? And Maya's, before that happened, Maya said to me, where's my mother? And I said, well, I think your mom is with the doctors. They're having a meeting. And then she was saying, I want my donut, I want my sedation. And then she said that. So Mrs. Kowalski and I believe Mr. Kowalski were in a meeting with the doctors. This was right after she was admitted. I think this was like soon after she was admitted. I didn't have any background. I didn't really know that much about Maya. I certainly didn't know anything along, like now that I look back on this. But that struck me as very, very unusual. It was like a cry for help. I don't know. So I put it in there, and as soon as it looked like she was about to answer me, and I remember distinctly, she paused when I asked her, Ryan, what do you mean by that? She paused, and then she looked like she was about to answer, and then Mrs. Kowalski came in the room, back from the meeting with the doctors, and then that was the end of it. And this was the first day. This was right after she was admitted to the ICU. And I thought it was unusual for a 10-year-old to say, I'm tired of all these lies. My life is a lie.
What do you mean that this was the end of it? I think you just told the jury that when Ms. Kowalski came back in.
Well, that was the end. Maya became withdrawn again and kind of shut down. And I went back and did the rest of my work and checking on meds or whatever. But that was the end of it. That was the end of the conversation. She said that. I asked her to explain more. It looked like she was about to, and then her mom came back.
Okay, buckle up, buttercups.
Now, you know why we wanted to show that to you, because it is potentially very impactful. Marie Pereira, the timing of it, if what she's saying is true, and boy, she comes across as being absolutely credible. It's the first day, so it's not after the staff has concocted any of we think something's awry. That's quite a statement from this young little girl.
This Joanna Klink, registered nurse, may be the smoking gun witness, because you know what? Her testimony was not secretly recorded and obtained. She made observations which were objective. And the observations was that Maya really was exhibiting signs of a drug addict, coming off a high and wanting drugs. Expletive, give me my blah, blah, drugs. I want my sedation. And then what she said about my whole life is a lie, right before her mom came in, I think was trying to say, my mommy told me to lie so that I could get my drugs, and my life sucks right now. I'm tired of lying so I can get these drugs. It shows me that maybe she was addicted to the ketamine and she needed it like an addict. That's what it shows me, and it shows that the hospital was right in reporting what they suspected as mandatory reporters, and this nurse is giving the most damning testimony so far that cannot be refuted. And like you said, she had just come in, so it wasn't like a gang of bad nurses ganging up against her family. This was an objective preliminary observation based on Maya's own words and her behavior. And the cursing, who knew Maya could even curse? Because at her big age on the stand, she looked like an angel. That testimony is very, very good for the defendants here.
Yeah, I agree. It's so
He
heartbreaking
agrees.
too, to see a 10-year-old girl cursing like a sailor, looking for her donut and her drugs, and then when mom comes in, zip. Wow. Okay.
Wow is right, because my mouth is hanging open. And that's why I decided to play her testimony tonight as well. I was only going to do the original testimony that we watched. But this, when I saw this on Court TV, I said to myself, I'm going back. I'm going to watch her entire testimony. And then we're going to watch it tomorrow night if I do I can't even remember what testimony we did first now, because it's already been 4 hours and this is exhausting. And it makes me so angry. And I don't know who that talking head was. Does anybody know who that talking head was or what her specialty is? Did she watch any other portion of the testimony? We would just watched that nurse's entire testimony with the exception of 2 or 3 redirect questions. And that's how Court TV is spinning this, that this girl is cursing like a sailor. I don't get speechless. Those of you who know me personally in the chat know that I don't get speechless. I am. And I don't curse either. I don't like the cursey words on my channel. I'm effing speechless. I've been watching Court TV since what? The OJ trial? Now and then, after what they said the other night about Rex Heuermann and Johnny Ray and the new evidence that's come up in the Long Island serial killer case, between those 2 segments, that and this, I can't even. Let's go to the chat for a minute. I think I thanked you already, AJ, but thank you again for your $2 super sticker. Thank you for becoming a new member. Look, memberships just came out like a week or 2 ago, so you are in on the ground floor. Don't worry, Sarah. So Maya needs to go to a wilderness camp. Yes, thank you for your super chat. Carol, thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate you so much. We've been through some of these, Catherine. Thank you for becoming a new member. It's going to be really fun. Lisa, thank you for becoming a member. Leah, thank you for your super sticker. Always appreciated. Hey, B. You're new to the channel. Really enjoy my content. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please give it a thumbs up. Please give it a subscribe and a like. Feel free to share it out there, because the YouTube algorithm is so crazy that half my stuff gets like demonetized the second I put it up, even though I try not to say the 7 dirty words that George Carlin says you can't say. I don't know. You know, they demonetize me for advertising, and then I get 10 or 12,000 views, and then they overturn their, I think it's a scam. So here, do this for me, if you wouldn't mind. It was the Ruby Frankie video that I did the other night that I pre-recorded. It took me a ton of time. I edited it. It took a ton of time. The second that went live, they said it was inappropriate for advertisers, that I would not get paid, but I think people can still see ads on it. I pay for YouTube Premium, so I don't see ads anyway. But if you look at that Ruby Frankie video from yesterday or the day before, tell me if you see ads on it, because I think they're scamming me. Thank you, Recovery Addict, for your donation. I appreciate you so much. Thanks for your insightful analysis. I love to learn from great legal minds. Thank you. I'm going to go check out what you're doing on this trial too. Sherry Davis, thank you for your super chat. Not as familiar with this case, but sweet, you're live. Met you on duty, Ron. I don't think you're crazy about this Long Island serial killer. I've got you and Mr. Ray's back. Thank you. Thanks. And I did my own show on that. Yeah, was it yesterday, you guys, or the day before? Susan Hale, exactly. Risk management testimony will really make your blood boil. They have maybe 1 meeting a month. There is no risk management ready, right? They are not available in real time. They do not review things in real time, but attorneys Hunter and Shapiro, who are trying this case for the hospital, were consulted in real time during Maya's care. Keep that in mind. Yes, most nurses are wonderful. In fact, the nurses are the most wonderful part of any hospital stay that I've ever had. And every nurse my mother is a nurse. All the nurses I know are amazing. And when Maya testified, and we watched her testimony together, portions of it, that all the nurses were mean to her, that maybe there were only 1 or 2 nurses that were nice to her. I thought, I don't know, like nurses are so nice usually. And then this woman got on the stand. I thought, wow, Maya's right. I don't think any nurses she came into contact with were very nice. Cynthia, thank you for becoming a new member. Brooke, thank you for becoming a new member. Sweet Teas Treasures, thank you for becoming a new member. Uh-oh, Ed, are you going to rile up the chat? Thank you, Ed, for your kind donation. I'm going to burst a lot of bubbles here, but not everything gets put into the medical record. The documentation requirements are absurd. Most of it is useless, but required by the government. And Ed is speaking to you as a very experienced general surgeon who has worked in more than one hospital. But you're a doctor, so I don't know that you chart as much as the nurses are supposed to chart, but you can correct me on that later. Lynn, thank you for your super chat. The diagnostic criteria for MBP requires all organic causes of symptoms to be ruled out. MBP and CRPS cannot coexist. Excellent. I hope they bring that up in closing too. So which is it? It can't be both. Hello, Ray. Thanks for being a member. The way the media treats these cases is beyond disturbing. It makes me wonder if I'm living in an alternate reality. I say that all the time, you guys. I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone. Sometimes I will come on live on a whim because I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone and I need you guys to talk me down and tell me that I'm not crazy. My hair looks a little crazy. And tell me that I'm not crazy. I feel like that all the time. This was a great comment, so I had to highlight it. Jason Smith. I'm not going to sing to you because somebody will tell me again that I have an annoying voice and that my kids should be, what did that person say about me? My voice is so horrible that they felt sorry for my kids. 24 hours to go. I want my effing sedation. Olivia Spence, and so they want her to tell them where it hurts and explain CRPS to her when she, a child, doesn't know because CRPS isn't generalized. Got it. Oh, Clarabella, thank you so much for gifting a membership. Thank you so much. You know what? I'm going to give some memberships too. I don't know who got yours, but I always go back and watch the chat. So I am going to give some memberships, but in order to do that, I got to get onto YouTube because it won't let me do that from StreamYard. So I will give some memberships, but what I would like from you is to please hit the thumbs up button. Thank you. All right, if I can remember how to do this, I think I can. I can do it. I just got to hit that thing. All right. Why can I not do that on here? Oh, I think I have to go on my computer. Okay, I can't do it from my phone. So just hang on for one quick second. Talks among yourselves. If you want to be gifted a membership, if you want to be in the running for it, there's something that you have to push. Something that you have to push at the top that allows you to be gifted a membership. That's all you gotta. All right, good luck, everybody. Here we go. See if it comes up. Dun, dun, dun. Deb Galloway, welcome. A sunflower day. Nurse Corky, woo woo. Missy Blue, Yvette. Pam, Cicada, Leah. Chi Hud. Oh, Hud got his cupcake. Barbara. Awesome. Yeah, it does feel like the price is right, doesn't it? I know, it's like, would you want what's in the box or do you want what's in the behind the curtain? Just so you know, it's random. I didn't get to pick, or I didn't pick who gets them. It's random. It's based on some kind of other YouTube algorithm that decides who is most likely to participate in the stream, in the chat, who are the most frequent people who who participate. So welcome, everyone. Oh, sorry guys. Well, if you opt in now and you tune into the next live stream, if you didn't get to it now, you have to opt in while the chat is live. And then I think it keeps you opted in for future live streams. If anybody knows, tell me. Okay. Let me know in the comments, please. If there's any other testimony that you want to watch together this weekend. If I have some time tomorrow, we can do that. Who you think is important, what you want to watch together. I don't have 5 hours every night. I know some people do to go over the daily testimony. I just don't have the time. But if there's certain witnesses that you would like to talk to watch with me so that I can give my commentary to you, I'm happy to do that. Thank you everyone for coming. Thank you to my moderators for hanging in there. It's 4 hours. I know it's a long time. I hope you don't feel obligated to stay for the whole time. If anybody would like to be a moderator, if you have interest in that, also put that in the comments as well, because I would love to have some moderators in Australia. We are worldwide, and with the time change, sometimes I'm a night owl, so sometimes I'd like to go on at midnight in New York, but because most of my moderators are East Coast people, that's too late for some people. So if you're in LA or California or on the West Coast or in Australia or somewhere in a different time zone and you'd like to be a moderator, it's a lot of fun. It is a volunteer position, but it is still fun. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for caring about Maya. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hitting the thumbs up. Please subscribe. It's free. Hit the notifications because you don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss. Yes, I will ask Robbie, but I don't know how to get in touch with Robbie. Robbie's not here today, right? Okay, put it in the comments and we will respond to you. Anybody who's had any experience moderating on any other channels would be great. But yeah, this is a place to vent. I know. Now that we have so many members, we're gonna do a members only soon. So that's gonna be fun too. Again, moderators, thank you for keeping it classy. Did I thank everybody? I think I thanked everybody. It's going to be ad nauseum, but thank you for watching, because without you, I don't have a channel and nobody listens to me in my house. So it's great that you guys listen to me. Peace, love, keep it real, keep it classy, and I will see you all again real soon. Have a great night.